Could this be the first boundary? It is. Over the rope it goes. Oh, beautiful. First wicket of the season. Ethan Bamber picks up Ul Hassan. The ploy works in the end. Slightly fuller in length on that occasion. Puff of the cheeks from Bamber. He's worked for that one this morning. That's lovely from Root. Over pitched from Ethan Bamber. Again, just an offering of the bat, really.
How flat the ball will go, and I think therefore what sort of the different plans that the bowling teams will need.
That's a glorious shot. Stands up tall to it and punches away. Edged. Three slips in place. And the fourth may have had a chance, whether it would have carried. Big question for Middlesex at the moment is whether Max Holden's going to cut it off. He doesn't. Just over pitch him. Nicely put away by Roots. The boundary. Roland Jones will have no chance to cut that one off. Lovely little clip. That's shorter boundary. Just over pitched. Higgins, start of his sixth. Northeast cashes in fully. Lovely shot down the grounds up to the pavilion gate. Oh, same again. And this time it's a thick edge. No deep third in place, and four it'll be. Edged again, goodness me. Well, that's the 50 up for Glamorgan, but three edges in the over for... That's a little bit too full from Helm, and that's a lovely opening of the face by Root. Picks up another boundary, turn the over, 15 done.
Actually covers all, you'd say that covers all bases.
It's over pitched from Roland Jones. That's a nice put away from Northeast. Clips him off the toes. That's lovely. Over pitched by Helm, but Northeast nonetheless. It's his feet out of the way. Punches out of the block hole almost. Beautiful. It's a lovely drive again. Two glorious shots by Northeast. You'd have to say shot of the morning, I think. In between cover and mid-off. Oh, goodness me, look at that race. Don't move. Northeast holds the position.
Not necessarily expect this time of year.
First ball for Brooks. There's a Middlesex bowler, and it's driven away by Roots. Going to be a boundary, I think. Helm won't quite get there, just over pitched, angled across. The left-hander leans into it. It's chopped away fine. Nice shot for Root. Moves on to 44. It's a nicely run. Be another boundary, I think. Big chase for De Carey's, but he's not going to get there. Into the 90s go Glamorgan. Oh, it's a lovely shot by Northeast. He's got a couple away down the ground. That was just a gentle push. That would have felt good. He dug one out, almost out of the block hole down the ground off, I think it was Helm towards the end of his spell. But it's Northeast at the moment who's having the better of it, and he'll pick up two to move to 50. Nearly a run a ball at the start of the championship season with Sam Northeast. 51 deliveries. That gets through. Short and wide. Root punishes it. Desperate dive at cover, but no hope really. It's punched away. Four more. There's two in there at point at the moment. Backward point and cover point. Tightly knit together there, but just get through mid-wicket for a single. Bristly worked away by Northeast. End of the over, 118 for one. Ricky Elcock alongside myself, giving hand in the commentary box. We'll be heading off for lunch in a moment. Ricky's here. Lovely shot.
That is a good shot. 4 runs straight down the ground.
Lovely shot that is. It's going to be
Bamber
4.
a little bit short, so he's been slightly full, driven down the ground, slightly short.
Oh, he's bowled him around the wicket into the block hole. Brooks goes right up there to be the strike bowler that Middlesex hoped he'd be, and Root has his stumps uprooted. He's gone for 67, and Middlesex have a crucial breakthrough at the start of the afternoon session. A shot by North East, should be 4. Down the hill all the way. Stowman giving chase, but once it's away. That's a lovely shot. Should make it. Holden's giving chase. Just losing legs at the last, but we'll just pop over the rope. Hooked away. Nicely put away by Carlson. He's into double figures. Gets it away this time. Lovely shot. Punched hard by North East. And closing on the century. And there's the drive, and there's the century, brought up with a boundary, driven away through the covers. It's the man who beat him to the toss this morning, but North East and Glamorgan are dishing it out to Middlesex in return. The first century of the summer. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just a little bit of width to work with, Carlson, and picks up the boundary. There goes another one. Over pitched with width. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just over pitch from De Carey's. He puts it away there. Just dragged that one down slightly. Punished by North East. First boundary after the interval. End of the over. 241 for 2. Well, Carlson is catching up fast. He's on to 45. 90th ball that he's faced. There's another example of it there. But this time it's North East. And it's another boundary. Battle against him. Well, there's an early answer. Bit of flight from deploy, and that's put away. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Into the 140s for North East. Strokes it away wide of mid-off. It's away again. Just getting a bit of tap here at the moment now to Carey's. North East onto 146. Short but outside off. Punished. Carlson brings up his 50. Might not make the boundary, but it will bring up the milestone. They turn for 3. Carlson moves to 52 from 97. 126 minutes, 4 fours. Well, that is a glorious way to bring up your 150. As good a way as you can imagine, really. Sumptuous on drive. North East 153 from 195 balls, 248 minutes. 23 fours. Oh, that's really well done by Carlson. Helm trying to keep it tight, top of off. Well, look at that. A swat for 6. Oh, and gone. Driven straight to extra cover. Deploy takes the catch. Bamber with his second wicket. Middlesex his third. And much as he said, one of the biggest threats to the batters all day was being through the shot too early. Solid enough in defence on that one, Ingram. And so ends the first day. A good first day for the visitors. 370 for 3. Very solid start to the season for Glamorgan, having been put in So that was day one. A tough first day in the dirt for Middlesex. Just the 3 wickets to fall. A couple for Ethan Bamber, as you saw. One for Henry Brooks. Pretty spectacular one as well, as he bowled Billy Root. We caught up with the new signing at the close of play yesterday.
Henry Brooks, thanks so much for joining us here. The end of day one against Glamorgan. Won the toss, elected to bowl. Probably not the way we wanted today to work out.
Yeah, I mean, the guys toiled hard today. We went for a number of plans with maybe a ball that wasn't doing as much as the Dukes would do. So, yeah, the guys worked hard and probably didn't get the results we would have been after, but we'll come back strong tomorrow.
Just been at the other end of the balcony here, and we've heard Sam Northeast say that he would have had a bowl as well, so it's not necessarily a bad call. But with that Kookaburra ball, less of a seam on it, has it been hard toil today?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. As I said, it's not swinging as much and it didn't seem to nip as much today. But yeah, we've been dealt the cards and the balls are here to stay, so we've just got to keep working hard and just changing around our plans a little bit as we're out there. So.
Your debut for the club today, Henry, and your first time of playing at Lords. I think I heard you saying it was the only first-class ground you've not played at yet. What was the experience like walking out here at the home of cricket?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, I had my brother here this morning, cheer me on, so that was lovely. And it's the first ground that I've also not played at. So, I mean, it was one that I was looking forward to on the calendar, and got the nod that I was playing this week. And yeah, I was over the moon. So it was a nice little morning.
You hit some pretty good rhythm in a couple of the spells there, led to the wicket of Billy Root. A fantastic delivery to see him off. You must have been particularly pleased to have taken your first scout for the club.
Absolutely, I found a nice little bit of rhythm in that spell. I was trying to put my legs up coming into a little bit of a wind, and yeah, it was nice to get that first wicket, and yeah, I'll hold that one to heart. Yeah.
Absolutely. I guess it goes without saying the plan tomorrow is get in amongst them early, get as many wickets as we can early, and then get out there. It's the same for both sides. They've got the Kookaburra ball to bowl with. We must be pretty hopeful on a flat deck of going out there and scoring big ourselves.
Absolutely, it was slightly higher run scoring day, so hopefully we can come strong in the morning, be nice and aggressive, take a few wickets, and then get out there with a bat and do our thing. So yeah.
Fantastic. Henry, congrats on your debut. Thanks for joining us, and well done on the wicket, and good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you very much.
The bottom left stat there, 3.85 the run rates, which for the Middlesex bowlers as a unit, a little bit too high on day one. But Kookaburra ball, a lovely track, a great deck that the ground staff are just disappearing out of shot down at the bottom of the screen. Carl McDermott, the head groundsman, they've prepared a good one. Let's have a look back at the scorecard from yesterday. Then Hussain was the first to go, caught Davies off the bowling of Bamber. Just 5 to his name. A lovely ball around the wicket to the left-hander by Bamber. And then Roots, bowled Brooks for 67. I have to guess that he judged it wrong out of the hand, really. He was whipping through mid-wicket, a ball that was sitting the top of off stump. Suggested as he walked away with the hand signal that he thought it nipped a bit. Didn't really seem to do so, which suggests he just picked it slightly wrong out of the hand. But Carlson caught deploy off the bowling of Bamber, gone for 77. A fine knock for him, but driving at the new ball, the second new ball, perhaps playing a shot that he'd have played against the older ball, that harder, newer ball. It's maybe the little bit of extra bounce, and lifted it straight into the covers, and the very grateful deploy. Bowled well yesterday, deploy himself. Part-time left arm spinner. More than a useful display from deploy, but a more than a useful display from that name, Northeast. 186 from 266 deliveries. Brilliant from the visiting skipper to Lords. Absolutely outstanding knock for him, and well assisted at the end by Colin Ingram. Still Cook and Douthwaite to come. James Harris needs no great introduction, but it'll be all eyes on that bowling attack down the bottom for a different reason. How will Harris, Miles, Hamza go? For Middlesex, the economy from Higgins was outstanding, just below 3 on a tough day. Roland Jones similarly dragged it around with that economy, 3.24, but they'll all look to bring that down. Tom Helm, he's unlucky. RPO of 6 doesn't quite tell the story of Helm's day. None for 79. 3 edges in one particular over you could think of. 1 to hand in that over, but he bowled well at times. He bowled threateningly at times, Helm, and it leaked a few runs, but a good number of those came off at edges. So all to do on day 2 for Middlesex. That man on the left, Sam Northeast, is one that they would dearly love to get out pretty quickly, but the man on the right, he's pretty useful, Colin Ingram. So yeah, Middlesex will know they need a good start this morning. 370 for 3 is already a sizable score especially this early in the season, even with Kookaburra in hand. And it's an outstanding surface, as many have said. That ground staff up and down the country, they struggle to get time to prepare wickets across the season. There's such busy squares at all the HQs up and down the country. Some of the best pitches are the first ones of the season because of the time the ground staff are at least allowed to prepare it. So Middlesex are nearly ready to go. The umpires are out. Standing in this match, we've got umpire Middlebrook and umpire Hadnan. Scorers Don Shelley and Alistair Hignall. Here come the Middlesex team, led out by Toby Rowland-Jones. The huddle before the start. Hold the chances will be one thing. A couple of chances yesterday went down. Tough chances. Deploy at third slip. We think with a chance to hold and at backward point carried. Again, it was a tough chance though. But holding on to those chances will be a big part of it, especially with the ball in hand that they have for this one. A Kookaburra ball, 16 overs old. So still a little bit of bite in it, but not a great deal. Northeastern England will be well aware of that. If they can get in again this morning, then they could put this game in a pretty safe position, even early in the second day. A good morning session this morning. It's going to be very, very difficult for Middlesex to force a victory in this game if Glamorgan win this morning session. So there's a lot to be done by the home side in this one to keep it going. That track has been really interesting. You can see the lines down the middle of it there. It's played beautifully. It's an interesting looking surface, especially with the diagonal cut of the grass across it as well, but the lines vertically straight down the middle, as you can see them there as well. Looking at it to the naked eye, you think, well, that could seem a bit, but actually not too much yesterday. Again, with the Kookaburra ball. There's a little bit of early movement off the seam, in particular for this man. The first ball of the day probably moved the most. A couple went past the edge as well, but all to do for Middlesex. Bamber will be from the nursery end. So just a slip in place this morning with that second new ball. The field tells you a little bit. Deep square, long leg. Cover point set back just to the left of shot. Can't quite see there everybody else on the single, but gives you an idea of where the game is for Middlesex at the moment. Signal down to long leg, just come a little bit wider. I think that's Max Holden down there. Unusual to see him down there. But here we go, Ethan Bamber to get the second day underway. Single to get the second day going. Off the mark on day two. 371 for three. So over to Ingram. Field will switch around for the left-hander. Nice spot from Bamber there, just full of a length, just on that off stump. If you're not going to get a great deal of bounce, then a great deal of pace purchase to bowl with the Kookaburra ball, then you're going to have to be just a fraction fuller on length. You saw yesterday anything short went really. Drew up the wagon wheel. With Mark Lane, there was a lot square of the wicket. Anything that was slightly off on a slightly shorter length went. From a Glamorgan perspective, if anything, they had to be a little bit careful drag into the onside, not to be too early through some of the shots. Good first over from Bamba. It's a lovely spot again right at the end. Landing on a spot. Solid defence from Ingram. Just the single to start, then clip to the onside for North East. 371 for 3, Glamorgan. Cloud cover's pretty filled in over the back of the pavilion. Strong breeze still blowing across. You'll see those flags either side of the pavilion there at the top of the turrets. Blustering towards the right at the moment, roughly blowing in the direction of us in the media centre. Toby Rowland-Jones from the pavilion end. That's an interesting move. They went with Higgins yesterday morning. The skipper takes the first up this morning, running in from the pavilion. How much seam movement will he find with that ball down to its 17th, 18th over? Need a big performance from him. I think the go-to men over the years, it's been Mercer, it's been Rowland-Jones, and indeed it's been Bamba. He picked a couple up on day one. A little bit of chat yesterday as well as to whether Higgins could have bowled from the nursery end. Solely from the pavilion end yesterday, Higgins, who was thrown the new ball yesterday morning by the skipper. Angled in, watchfully played by North East. He'll be setting himself up again. A double century, first innings of the season. That was a stat we meant to look up overnight. Busy looking up other stats, so I was planning to get round to that one. Checking out the stats. A bit of movement back in on that one, but guided nicely. It started wide enough. North East into the 190s. First boundary of the second day. Looked as though there was just a hint of movement on that one. Just off the surface there, not a great deal. With the slope, you're always expecting just a small amount to come back down the slope. But again, the width on that, there's nothing to really worry Sam North East, who dealt with it nicely. No deep third in place, just that slip and backward point, deepish gully. Deep cover, deep square and long leg set back as well. Just feel as though he's on a slightly shorter length this morning, a better length Roland Jones. He was very full yesterday, but then he was bowling with the older ball for the most part. He was always at his best bowling. Heavy length that batters in particular refer to. Roland Jones was the absolute master of that, just finding that little bit more bounce out of any given surface, any given ball that a batter would, well, certainly want, that expected in the end from him. That's run away again, just width once more from the skipper. And his opposite number makes him pay. 5 short of the double century now, North Easts. Lovely little guide, this one. Nice from Bamber again, he's on the spot. Right up there again from Bamber. You just see he's a fraction fuller from the nursery end than Roland Jones is from the pavilion. They're both on a good length. I think they both settled on a good length this morning at last questions. But as we saw with those 2 deliveries from Roland Jones, anything short on this pitch, if you're off ever so slightly because of the pace with the Kookaburra ball that just hasn't got the same zip as the Duke, anything that's off slightly on a shorter length is going to go. And asking them to force, you see short extra cover in a moment. Well, there you go. If you're off on that length as well, you're going to be punished. Glorious shot by Ingram. Talked about being off on a shorter length. Long half volley there. Look at that go. .383 for 3, Glamorgan. That's the same on any given wicket, really. You offer a bit of width, you expect to be punished. Talk about trying to get the county surfaces, the county squares, the county conditions a little bit closer to test level. That's been one of the areas that's been talked about. And I think that is an area that is fair to consider. It's often talked about it's too big a step up from county championship to test. Well, the surfaces and the conditions are something that if you can try and replicate that, then that gives you half a chance. I start from Roland Jones again. It's nice again, he's really been on the spot. It's only those two deliveries really that North East was able to guide him. No room for error at all in this game for the bowlers. But for the most part this morning, Roland Jones has been immediately onto the top of that off stump. Bamba's just a fraction fuller from the nursery and asking, as we've seen with that short extra cover, to ask the batters to force on the front foot. He's looking to ride. There is a deep third in place now for Roland Jones. Back on point doing the fielding there, Ryan Higgins. Deep third is there just to protect that run from North East, which was so profitable in the last over from the pavilion ends. Over pitched. As his face in his hands, Roland Jones, we've just been saying there's no room for error at all on this one. Short boundary on the onside as well. Straight back on the spot from Roland Jones. I'll be scrambling for that score, those record books in a moment. Actually, Middlesex second 11 scorer was up here a moment ago. Neil Smith, he'd have probably known instantly if I'd have asked him. The last person to score a double century in the first innings of a county season. And there it is. Gentle push out to deep cover, and Sam North East moves to 200. 279 deliveries, the first innings of the season. And North East has a double century for Glamorgan here at Lords. It's been outstanding from the visiting skipper. 29 fours. 3 of them in the last couple of overs. To shuffle him along to that 200, it really has been a quite incredible knock. Morning, Angus Fraser.
Morning, yeah, stunning innings. Wonderful way to start the season for Glamorgan and for himself, obviously. And he's looked in no trouble whatsoever. You say that one bad ball from Roland Jones, clipped for 4, pushed in the covers, but when he gets in, he bats a long time. He got a 400, didn't he?
405, yeah.
So he's only halfway there in his own mind, and I suppose there weren't huge celebrations, but nice recognition from the crowd of an excellent innings and a wonderful way to start the season. Things aren't getting any easier for Middlesex. Need somehow to try and get some wickets. They've got 10 overs left to try and get 3 wickets to get that second point, which is, by the way things look, going to be challenging.
Hugh Morris is the mustering, the last Glamorgan batter to score a double century in the first innings of the season. Shall I? Too many that have achieved that.
Well, it's one of those, everybody sort of looks at the start of the season and sort of, oh, it's seamer-friendly conditions and bowlers are always on top. I mean, I think statistically there's more runs scored in April than a number of other months in the year. So almost the facts don't back up the sort of thoughts on what take place. And a lot of it's to do with, I think, the pitch is the fact that the ground staff at all the grounds in the country have had time to prepare a pitch. They're not under the pump. The squares have not been exposed, and they're managing all the sort of issues that come when you're trying to prepare pitches in July and August and times of the year like that. So, yeah, it's not always been a treacherous month for batters in April, but Glamorgan batters are certainly enjoying this start to the season.
I think it was Ricky Elcock that was up here yesterday, and he was just asking me, when did they move it to April 5th, he says. when all of a sudden was it April 5th? I mean, I remember, my time covering Middlesex, even the move to April 12th, that kind of time, was like, even that was a bit of a shock. And then April 5th, I think Selv last year was saying how you remembered kind of April 27th, April 25th was a...
I always said like April the 19th, well, the reason why because we used to report back on the 1st of April when I started, so that was your report back day. You only had 6-month contracts, so you were only employed for April through to the end of September.
What did you do in the off season? I remember always around watching a documentary. Andy Caddick was a carpenter, wasn't he? He used to fix up Taunton.
I spent one winter working in Macro in Acton, in the DIY department, sort of stocking the shelves and doing all that. And then another, I then had a winter, I had a back injury, about 20, stress fracture in my back one summer, through a lot of bowling in the indoor school before in a wet pre-season, before there were all the shock absorbers and things like that, and then ended up having a stress fracture in my back and missing most of the summer. And Alan Moss was, the great Alan Moss, was sort of chair of the club then, or involved with the club. You're not strong enough, Fraser. Need to get you out chopping trees or working on a building site. My dad was in the building. He worked for Norwest Holst, who were a building company, and they were building an extension on BBC in White City. So I was in the concrete gang there that winter, sort of lugging pipes around and doing all the sort of heavy, well, not heavy duty, but clipped a deep square leg for a single. But yeah, so I was doing a labouring job there that winter, which was an eye opener.
Yeah, I did that as well, a few winters.
Yeah, so that was 2 winters, and then went abroad.
Well, yeah, then once obviously England comes along, once you move that a little bit further into your career.
Well, more than that, I sort of went to New Zealand, played for a club called Plympton in Wellington, just outside Wellington near Porirua. That was my first winter abroad. Then I had the injury, so I did the back. So I went Macro,
Wellington. When you have a back injury, then you're injured for the winter. You can't exactly go and put the hod on your shoulder and carry the bricks up.
No, you'd obviously
got a back injury. But you're not being paid though. So
no, you're not. Well, you've got to earn. I mean,
that's what I mean.
Well, I was getting paid for working on the building site.
If you had the back injury, they couldn't exactly say.
Well, no, the back had healed, so the back injury was diagnosed sort of around May time, and the stress fracture was diagnosed, and that would have healed by September. So you'd have been given the all clear to start doing some heavy work and training and things like that. So yeah, I would have been 84, 85 would have been Macro, 85, 86 New Zealand, playing for in Wellington, 86, 87, that would have been building site. 87, 88, back to New Zealand again. And 88, 89 in Sydney, playing grade cricket for Western Suburbs, and then I made my test debut in 89. So then it was England tours and things like that after that.
Probably weren't as many England A tours before that for you either to go on, was it, in those days?
Well, I never got, well, I mean, there was someone like Mike Allerton who obviously sort of was in all the England teams. I never sort of played any rep stuff until I made my England debut. So that was the first time that I got selected for any side like that.
That's a lovely shot. Just beats mid off frustratingly. It wasn't the worst ball that from Roland Jones. You actually see the frustration on him at the moment. A good stop by Holden. Excellent. And back from mid-on, Bamber had the first attempt. Wasn't the worst ball from Roland Jones, and that's what the bowlers are up against in this one.
Yeah, Middlesex fielding hasn't been as sharp as they probably would like it to be. Bamber, I wouldn't say dived over it, but it's one of those ones we'd hope to stop it, really, or get something on it.
It's better, just slightly back. Drawing his length back slightly on that one. And he has been good for the most part, Roland Jones. What's this, his third over now of the morning? Can only really think of 3 deliveries that have been off. Not a long way, but again, no room for error at all in this game for the bowlers. Onto the legs, down the slope. That one was only ever going to be put away.
Again, we were sort of talking about it yesterday, and the fact that, yes, I mean, there's a skill in putting the bad balls away. That's not the bad ball, but a defensive stroke. But as a bowler, you can't afford to bowl them. You shouldn't be bowling. I mean, you're paid not to bowl bad balls, so you've got to be better. Simple as that. Northeast is just very calculated, isn't he? The way that he just, again, got too straight. Clip it to deep square leg, take the single, move on. Total control, isn't he?
Yeah, another 7 off the over. That's been the problem for Middlesex, hasn't it? There's been a 4 ball virtually every over in this game. So it was 29 4s for North East now, and I think that's having slowed up as well. The number of 4s when he reached 50 was extraordinary. Similarly, the first 100 runs, but 3.88 that run rate now, down from 4.5. Done a great deal wrong this morning, Roland Jones or Bamber, but that last over wasn't the best example from the skipper. It just tailed away at the end. What have they spotted? Something's going on down below us. Henry Brooks is going down to have a look. Ground staff. Blake Cullen down there as well. Something's upsetting someone. Looking for sawdust, or?
Well, I'm not sure. I know the second 11. Well, the second 11 batters are down there because their training session on the nursery grounds was brought to an abrupt halt because it's too windy and the nets were being blown around.
Again this morning.
Yeah, which is not great, to be honest. But it's not that windy down there either.
Oh, it's the it's blowing. They're blowing the covers, right? I see. So the heavy. They're bringing a heavy. So that's obviously blustering around behind the bowler and upsetting the batter. So weighing them down. So there we go. Wind causing chaos here again at Lord's. I did go out there this morning. And it's interesting because you stand behind these 2 big stands now, the Compton and Edrich, and there's no wind at all behind them, but then you stand in front of them, that wind coming in.
Well, it's actually a wind tunnel between the 2 stands, isn't it? You sort of, underneath this, the media centre where we're sat, you sort of sit under there where the camera people are during matches, and it is windy down there. It's always cool as well, even on a warm day. You can be pretty exposed in there on a, I mean, it's a bit warmer today, but on a cold April or September day, it's need gloves on if you've got a camera in your hand.
Yeah. Well, we saw the static camera yesterday was really wobbling away on the gantry below us, which is where Bamber's running in from. the non-static camera.
Well, we can't blame him. There's not an individual who had a couple of drinks then.
All turned around by that one. Rare full stroke from North East in this innings. Scamper back for 3. Work from De Carey's. Yeah, apparently the static camera is actually on the walkway down below us rather than the gantry. Just that it's in line with the pitch, so it's so far across.
It's probably a little bit more exposed there, isn't it, than in the gantry, just because we're on, I'd imagine, is it the last? Maybe one more pitch below the one that we're on we could play 4-day cricket on.
Just a little too straight again from Bamba. Get away with it. Just pick up a single. Now the batting points on the boards. For Glamorgan, 4th batting point. We established yesterday after you gone they didn't reset it. It is 250 still for the first batting point this year.
Is it?
Yeah,
right.
which was.
Oh, what they changed was the points for a draw, wasn't it? That was it. I think it went back to. What's it gone back to? I jumped. So I think it's gone back to. What was it? Move. Probably say on the scorecard there.
Clipped away. Oh, it's bisected the fielders. That's a good start by Max Holden down there. Coleman on as a sub at the moment, completing the fielding. Signal again. So 7 off this over, much as it was the last over from Roland Jones as well. 7 overs after this with the bonus points in play. Another 47 runs for maximum batting points. This is what we were talking about yesterday and the frustration last year, that universally, as I understand, teams weren't happy with 250 being the first batting point rather than 200 as it usually was, or used to be. But it's remained at 250 this year. .403 for 3.
Still trying to work out the points. We're sharp here. I got some of it.
Don't tell me name, Pike.
250 batting, 250 to 299 1, 300. So yeah, 450 is for 5 points. So Glamorgan need 47 in 7 overs. So they've got to get that within 110 overs. So are they going to go for that? Be interesting. If they do, it might bring Middlesex back in with a chance of taking a wicket or 2. So Middlesex need 3 wickets in 7 overs, but having taken 3 in 103, doesn't sort of fill you with confidence that that's going to happen. Glamorgan need 47 in the next 7 overs to get their 5th batting point. 16 points for a win, and I think it is 8 points for a draw again. It went down to 5 last year, didn't it? Because they were trying to encourage more attacking cricket, i.e. play for result, as part of the sort of England policy with and then their attitude towards the way they play Test cricket, and trying to get counties playing a similar style brand.
Which was the reason for the batting points going to 250 rather than 200, wasn't it, as well?
That's right, so you've got to be more aggressive with the bat.
Which is what Glamorgan are going to have to be now if they want the 450. But yeah, Middlesex got the tied score, didn't they, at against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylors last year, and got 8 then for the draw, where Northamptonshire got 5 for that match. The score's level at the end, so Middlesex the side chasing. Skipper will be keen here. I need to tighten this up. You can see when he's got it on the spot, there isn't a great deal. You know, saying in the pitch, you know, there's not a lot in it for the bowlers, but if it is on that right spot, it is hard to get it away for the batters. Anything loose, anything off, line goes, but if you can keep it tight to the spot. As we saw with that last wicket of Carlson looking to drive, caught in the covers, looking to force. It's going to be a tight one. Deep square will get there. Some Helm coming around. We'll be into the attack soon.
Rare play and miss. Don't think the ball did anything, just a question of the batter trying to force a ball that probably wasn't there to be hit, but I suppose, well, not I suppose, but that's what you've got to work as a bowler in these sort of conditions. And the ball's not offering you a great deal, work on a batter's patience.
Well, just when you're in between the commentary box, he'd run 2 down to the vacant deep thirds. Now deep third is plugged. Was he just trying to give that a little bit more? It died underneath the bat actually, that one, didn't it? Good tumbling stop. Backward point, Ryan Higgins.
Fielded.
Just the 2 off the over, better over. 405 for 3.
It's, I don't know, I don't know whether it's going to make any sense here or not, but, and a lot of it will depend obviously how Middlesex bat on this surface for the, well, for the remaining, I'd imagine Glamorgan look to bat till somewhere between lunch and tea today. So for the remaining 7.5 sessions, which will be in the game after that, but sometimes you sort of think, well, playing on a good surface like this, bowlers getting some overs in their legs on it, and sort of having a sharp awakening as to what the season is going to be like can be quite a good thing, in the way that sometimes you just might, all right, you bowl a side out for 140 and you bowl 37 overs, and your bowlers are sort of, all right, you might sort of say it looks good because you're taking wickets, but are you actually almost building up the form that you want to build for the season? Obviously Middlesex will not be happy now, because whilst they're getting some good overs in the bowlers' legs, which is really important at the start of the season for your workloads and what you're capable of producing as the summer goes on, the sort of worrying thing for Richard Johnson was the fact that there's been too many 4 balls. That's the erratic nature of the bowling. That's been the problem. So it's a good pitch, using a ball that's not offering you a great deal, but 104 overs, if Glamorgan were 100 runs less, you'd sort of say, well, yeah, 2.9 and over, then you've been bowling with the discipline that you'd want to see.
And what do you make of the Kookaburra for this one?
I think it's a worthwhile try. I think, I mean, all right, it's easy for me to say now, I suppose, because I'm not bowling, but I think sometimes the balls have done too much. We've played on pitches here, and they've been sort of shootouts, haven't they? Really, like 190 plays 200, and all of a sudden you have a bad 10 overs with the ball, and it can cost you the game. And whilst, all right, every over and every little session has got to be important. Another clip there. It'd be interesting to see how many runs he scored through the leg side. Northeast, but you want to be playing on better services. You don't want games finishing before lunch on the 3rd day and instances like that, because all right, it might sort of provide a tense game of cricket for spectators to watch, and that is obviously important, but equally, if you're trying to produce good cricketers, batters are going to be able to trust the surface as you can on this, and bowlers are going to learn to bowl with the discipline that's required if they're going to take a step up to play for England one day. I mean, you look at England, the way that England play, and yes, they attack with the bat. That's been, I mean, obviously, it sort of hit the rocks a bit, didn't it, in India? And as the series went on, England sort of run rates declined because it's not as easy to go out there and play freely with freedom and fearless cricket when you're getting your backside kicked, is it? And you're sort of doubting whether that's the right way to play against good bowlers. So that sort of method then sort of hits the rocks as such. But England looked to attack with the bat. It's guided there down to third man. Long chase for Luke Holman. But with the ball, England, I shouldn't say defensive, but they look to sort of restrict, don't they, with the ball? It's almost, they work on discipline. It's a bit like Australia, when that great Australian side with Hayden and Langer and Ponting and everybody, they attacked with the ball, scored at 4 and over, but their bowlers were very miserly in the way with McGrath and Warne and Gillespie and people like, yeah, these are fine, brilliant bowlers, but the method was quite simple. It was to sort of dry the runs up and play the long game, really.
Well, I always remember when I first sat down to do this job, John Embry was the coach, and he said the bowler's job is to stop the batter scoring runs, which perhaps goes against what many of us who don't studied the game religiously would perhaps think. This is probably the best point and example. And of all the things that they've tried over the years, I think this is as close to. Well, this is the happiest I've been. I didn't like getting rid of the toss. Obviously, the pink ball didn't work too well. We've always been tinkering, and it's, I suppose, do other sports do it? They rule changes in football, don't they? A little bit. Rugby probably a little bit more than football, but yeah, there's a lot of tinkering with cricket, and it just complicates it at times. Yeah, like I say, this one's probably the closest I think that they've got to getting it right if they're going to tinker, because the argument I think has always been that you want to get as close to Test cricket as you can with the County Championship, and in April and May, or as you say, I think to use your words, it's been a shootout at times. That's a long way away from Test cricket, isn't it? This is clearly closer to Test cricket. You're saying to the bowlers, you cannot afford to stray. You've got to keep on the top of the off stump. You've got to put as many balls in that area as you can, and work on that discipline first and foremost, which will serve you better when you make the step up. And similarly, batters can trust in the surface and feel that they can bat for time, which North East has been able to do here. And again, I mean, I sort of keep harping back to your day, which you don't want to do, but played on good pitches at Lords back in the 80s. Middlesex had an excellent attack. Wayne Daniel, Norman Cowens, Neil Williams, Simon Hughes, John Embry, Phil Edmonds, and obviously myself and Philip Tufnell and people like that came through. And you get used to playing on good surfaces where you've got to bowl well to get your wickets, and then all of a sudden you might go to a Worcester or an Edgbaston or an outground or something like that, where the pitch is a little bit more helpful for you, and automatically you're just in the right areas, and that's where you clean up. Just because you've trained your body, or you've developed that sort of consistency, that repetition, that allows you to consistently put a ball on a good area, which is challenging a batter. And if you're challenging a batter on a good pitch, you're going to be difficult to face on a pitch that's doing a bit. I mean, Roland Jones of 5, 6, 7 years ago, he wouldn't mind running in on this track, but he obviously just loses a little bit of zip, as you do with age. You can just see that slightly in the length that he bowls now. Too short, and it's just sitting up, really, especially with the Kookaburra in hand for this one. Yeah, and the management, it's... Well, the management of bowlers, to say, is
it's better than it was. I mean, again, but sometimes you can try and be too cute. And I mean, it was like last summer, Toby was rested from the 50 over cricket, and with the view that we want to save him for the championship cricket. But then your body gets toughened up by playing cricket, and then all of a sudden you go and bowl in the nets, and you bowl your overs, so you bowl 8 overs and 8 overs, but you've not got another 80 overs in the field, or 40 overs in the field, or whatever, that 3 hours, which toughens your body up so that you're naturally stronger and more resistant. So you're rested, looked after, you come back, your body's softened up a bit, you're more injury prone, and you've lost your rhythm. So I'm not sort of saying you basically tear the living daylights out of a bowler at the start of the season, but almost you can try and be too cute and resting and planning out. And I think we've also, I mean, having sat there myself, and you sort of try and work out when you've got 7 or 8 good bowlers, how you sort of manage them through a heavy part of the season, which is what Middlesex have got now with 7 games in 8 weeks. But all of a sudden, boom, 2 get injured, and your playing goes out the window, and it's all everybody. If you're fit, you're playing type of thing.
Well, that's been the greatest argument really for the last 15 years or so in cricket in this country, I think, more than any other, is the workloads of bowlers. But some will tell you they bowl too much, and old school thinking, and perhaps 200 years of history will tell you they don't bowl enough at the moment in match situations. It's good over from Roland Jones. First, he's had a look at the left-handed Ingram for quite some while, actually. Be happy with that. A maiden for the skipper. He's 4th in 22.
We were just talking a few moments ago about Glamorgan, their final batting point, whether it's worth going for 450. Obviously, they're not going to do that now. 4 overs remaining till the 110th, and when we get to 110 overs have been completed, no more bonus points for batters or bowlers are available. And Middlesex will need to produce something special in the next 4 overs if they're going to get the 3 wickets that they require, which seems highly unlikely. But it's understandable with Glamorgan. They're probably saying, well, we only want to bat once here. Why throw a couple of wickets away? Let's make sure we get to 550. Pull out, and where are we going here? This looks an interesting.
Tom Helm, yeah. Well, I don't think the figures of Helm yesterday, number 79 from 13, even come close to telling the story. There was one over in particular. I think you were with me at the time. He got 3 edges at that point. No, you just came around afterwards, didn't he? Because there was that edge to backward point, which we were mulling over whether it carried. The understanding was that it did, I think. Yeah, umpires confirmed that one carried to backward point yesterday. But yeah, so this will be interesting for Helm as well, because he was expensive yesterday. Single straight away down to deep backward square. So they've got the 3 set back. The bumper theory, we saw this in a game here last year as well, didn't we, with Helm really going with the short stuff. And wasn't it a clip to mid-wicket, and Ryan Higgins took an absolute scream with a full ball, which was clipped to mid-wicket when he'd been banging in the short stuff to the leg side with the field all set back. Not going to do the same to Ingram, especially with that short leg side boundary. Will be a deep third, long leg and a deep square. Oh, into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Well, gets away with the low full toss. Ingram will feel he's missed out.
Yep, so 4 there, the stumps, didn't they? Hit back violently. He said low full toss. Helped the umpire as well, I think. He was a bit concerned for a moment. Might have got the old right boot of the umpire. That would have been sore on the heel, the ankle bone. It's one of those ones when the ball takes an umpire out. It could obviously be serious, but everybody does find it amusing. There's always chuckles if an umpire gets pinned.
When's your first game of the season? You standing again this year?
Yeah, I am actually. So I'll be first league weekend. I think it's the first league weekend. I have to look at my diary. Either is it the 10th, 12th of May, so a month's time. Should get some practice in, really.
Here comes the short stuff again. With long leg, deep square, and just about to disappear out of his shot there is deep mid wicket. He's happy to ride the single. Yeah, tried a bit of this yesterday to northeast with Helm, even with Bamber as well from nursery end. One of the things I did wonder yesterday watching it was Higgins never had a go from the nursery end. Bamber I think had to wait till relatively late in the day to have a go from the pavilion. There you go, 3 singles in the over, really asking the batter to force to try and get the ball away. But a good start from Helm. 413 for 3. Nothing to worry about on the weather front today. It looks pretty filled in behind the pavilion there, but I think we're clear of any threat of rain. A big threat for Middlesex. The runs on the board by Glamorgan this first game of the season. As their partnership now approaching a 3rd century stand of the innings. Outstanding start to the summer. Here's the other change Roland Jones has done. Henry Brooks is into the attack. And from the pavilion end, he picked up root yesterday from the nursery end. Not sure, again, that he had a great deal, if any at all, from the pavilion yesterday. So first, running, angling the ball back in with the slope. And right on the spot. So Middlesex are wanting to leave it. Two prize signings in the winter by Middlesex. Mr. Ploy and Henry Brooks. No overseas for Middlesex this year, but that money put to pretty good domestic signings. Good again, and a nod from northeast. And this is what we're talking about, trying to leave it on that spot for Brooks. Trying to hang on in there. Player is looked upon as having a great deal of potential. An exciting signing for Middlesex. Complimenting the man in the background there, Toby Roland Jones, replacing as such Tim Mercer in the bowling lineup. Good once more. Again, where there isn't that threat consistently with the ball in this match, you can just leave it there. You're really asking the questions of the batters, right? What can you do then to find the runs? A little bit of shape through the air on that one, it felt. Offered up there, wide outside off. It's felt as though northeast was eyeing that one. It's a little bit of late movement. Yes, just before pitching there, a little bit of a late swing. Too much width on this one though. Pick up a couple, Bamba. Sweeping up a deep third. That's just noticing that late swing himself, trying to tempt the batter outside off with a little bit of movement. And then overcompensates the other way. Good stop. Helm on the boundary rope, holds him to a single. He's done his mate a big favour there. Just 3 off the over, and gets out of it in the end. Gets away with those last 2, Brooks, but a good over overall. 416 for 3.
Found me game eventually.
Where are you? Where and when?
Headstone Manor against Stoke Newington at Headstone Lane.
Headstone, place that for me. Where's that?
Actually, it's about 2 miles from where I live, so it's quite a good one. On the 11th of May.
Trying to look to where Middlesex are that day. See who you're abandoning me for.
And Middlesex will be away.
She'll be tuned in then.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice. A week off. Week off.
Not for some.
What'll I do?
Yeah, Division 4 match at the RCT Sports Ground, Headstone Manor. Headstone Manor versus Stoke Newington. 12:30 start. Be there at 11:30. Go through my routine, checking, see the outfield's right. There's no trees overhanging. Local rules. Pitch is 22 yards long. 3 stumps and 2 barrels at each end. Give me markers, scorecards.
Get any chirp back from any of the bowlers last year?
No, a couple of disbelieving looks at times. Maybe understandably so. I just a couple of ones that I got wrong. I know. A couple I got right, but
Of course, because I guess there's cameras on almost everything now, isn't there?
not in the 4th division. Actually, saying that, there might be.
So
Depends
how
on
you
the
got
club.
it wrong then.
Well, you make your decision, don't you? And then you sort of think it
You
through.
doubt yourself.
Yeah, there's one where there was a bloke swept one, and I think he got a fine bottom edge off a spinner. I fired him, and he sort of stood there slightly disbelieving. But equally, there was some bloke who chipped one. There was one who was caught and bowled, and he just
He stood there.
yeah, he just stood there. And I was at square leg, and I was walking in to sort of talk to my partner, and I felt like saying, "Look, get off! I mean, you're caught and bowled. What are you standing there for?" So I mean, people stand for nothing, just stand there. So you don't know whether that's an indictment of whether they think they're not out or just a frustration of getting out.
So were you in the Atherton or the Gilchrist camp?
What's that?
Gilchrist always walked, didn't he? Atherton said, "Well, I'm going to get enough."
When I was
The
playing?
famous Donald one. No, just in general. You're obviously in the Gilchrist camp.
No.
If you're out, you're out. Get out. Don't wait for the umpire's
I
decision.
remember a game here years ago. It was the last ball of the match. We were 9 down, and Gladstone Small was bowling, and they sort of similar. He was bowling from sort of the end that Helm's bowling at here. Where's he at that? On the ground, deep square leg for 4. So last ball, Warwickshire need a wicket. We're miles away from the target, and they've gone up for LBW against me. So and it's balls hit me on the pad, and it's looped to sort of short extra cover. Who's taken the catch, and they've all gone up for the LBW. And Gladstone's going, no, hit it, and I did it. And the umpire said not out. So I could have been out twice probably. It's sort of LBW and caught, but the umpire said not out. So draw.
Did he come and shake your hand, Gladstone?
Yeah, Gladstone's a lovely man.
this right this morning, Middlesex, haven't they? Or they've got it closer to being right than they did yesterday, I feel. Helm started well here.
So 47 runs in 13 overs. So it's still, yes, it's been a little bit, still 3.5 an over, isn't it? I'm being miserable and grumpy and hard, but
We saw those couple of overs consecutively that went for 14, didn't we? 7 and 7. And then just before the northeast double ton, you've got a couple of boundaries away and an over against Roland Jones as well.
But again, we don't think anything. But it's not a good ball, is it? It's an easy single. You want to be challenging the outside edge of the batter's bat, sort of 3 or 4 inches outside off stump, not sort of high on the hip on the leg stump, where you can just sort of, as it did there, glide it down to deep square leg for a single.
I mean, it feels as though the mindset from Middlesex has been to come out and say, right, if they want boundaries, they've got to force for the boundaries. Now, again, as we've said, there have been a couple that have just been a little loose and have let those boundaries go too easily today. But with the field setting,
but Glamorgan deserved the position they're in because they've created this. They've pushed the field back. They've made Middlesex have the boundary riders because they haven't bowled with the consistency that's been needed. And on the back of that, you can then collect the easy singles. So it's difficult for a bowler to bowl maidens when you've got, well, third man fine leg and a couple of fielders on either side on the boundary, because there's just always going to be gaps where you can just push the ball into, and therefore there's 2 or 3 runs and over probably without even taking any risk, just like that.
it's a good stop, important stop early in the over. Mark Stowman will be out there in a minute himself. Into, I'll say in a minute, in a wee while. Still 7 wickets standing in their first innings, Glamorgan. It will be a pressured start for Middlesex when they come out. Mir Hamza's left armour at Lords. There'll be a lot of focus on the Pakistan bowler running in. So another Pakistan bowler in a Middlesex Glamorgan matchup a couple of seasons back. Shaheen Shah Afridi blasted out the top 3, including Marnus Labuschagne in Cardiff. A fine start to the season. He kept on blasting out the top 3 for each of the counties. The first 3 games of the season, he picked up the top 3 of each of the 3 counties that Middlesex had faced. Mir Hamza similarly will be a very tricky customer. There's the short ball to Ingram. You've got the 2 set back on the onside for the left-hander. I was just wondering to myself about the deep mid-wicket being back and giving him that comfortable single as he got earlier in the over. Oh, brilliant stop by Bamba. Absolutely outstanding piece of work down in front of the Edrich slide. Flicks it back in. It looked for all the world as though he was going to lose that. It's a brilliant stop. Straying down the slope. Brooks, little clip. 4 all the way. Outstanding. They say things look worse with the slow-mo. You talk about it in football, don't you? You slow it down, the tackle looks worse. It actually didn't look as good, the slide in slow-mo. In real time, that, you really didn't think you had much of a chance of stopping that, looking down with the naked eye below us. The slow-mo actually made it look easy. Oh, here we go, real speed. Go on, Ethan.
Dive, dive.
End of a spell. Get the dive in on the boundary rope.
Put a boot on it. The old-fashioned method. That was a famous story. Don Bennett used to talk about Alan Moss again. I think Don Bennett bowled one on the leg side and it had gone down to fine leg. Mossy was at fine leg and he hadn't put much of an effort in. And Don sort of let him know that he wasn't happy with that bit of fielding, so, and almost like just get something on it. So anyway, the ball went down to fine leg again a couple of overs later, and Mossy put a big boot on it, and he kicked it from fine leg down the slope in front of the pavilion at Lord's down to third man, and they ran 5 by the time he'd picked it up. So one of those big sort of old, sort of nailed, maybe hard-toed bowling boots on. And the ball went flying down the slope at Lord's.
My first set of bowling boots, one of those old ones. They were so uncomfortable, weren't they?
My bowling boots are actually in the museum at the moment.
Any particular match or?
No, I think
in my memory is always Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh kicking the ball along the boundary rope. Just throwing out a big boot. Used to get the big cheer from the crowd as well if they kicked it back in. Actually got a bigger cheer from the crowd, I think, if it beat the boot. Expectation back then certainly was not for bowlers to be throwing themselves around on the boundary rope.
no, but I was asked. I sort of sat next to someone in the, I think it was one of the Christmas lunches, and they were talking about this. Could do with, they enjoy boots because you can see sort of quite easily how they've changed over the time. And I said, well, I've actually kept a load of hoarder, so up in the loft, much to my wife's annoyance, a sort of box of boots, sort of boots from, I suppose when I first started playing for England, really in the 80s. Through to sort of what I finished with in the early 2000s, and how it had changed, and actually almost the history of sort of boot design. And sort of when I wrote something, sort of the history of how I sort of went through my boots and the thought process and what was available and the reason why you went where you went. And so there's 3 pairs of my boots there, sort of at different stages of my career. But there wasn't a huge amount of sort of put into boot technology when I was young at all, because it wasn't a market that was thriving or anything like that. I mean, people used to wear an old pair of Gunnermore Seamers, and Winnett used to do a boot, and they weren't particularly strong or good, or a lot of people used to bowl with a...
That's a great stop at cover. Higgins.
He's good this morning, Higgins, hasn't he? Stopped a couple of boundaries. So you're wearing those, all of a sudden you're getting bigger, stronger. You need a sturdy pair of boots because you put a hell of a lot of sort of weight through them each time that you bowl. And obviously one of my heroes when I was young was Richard Hadley, and he had a lovely pair of sort of boots. So he found out who he got his boots from, and it was a bloke called Ian Mason who'd worked in the Midlands at Sutton Coldfield. And so I went and saw him. I mean, a pair of boots then, they were a beautiful thing, absolutely gorgeous when they were new. Smelt kangaroo skin. It used to smell absolutely gorgeous when you sort of get them new. And you went up there, you had your foot, a mould made of your foot, and then he'd make your boots. And they were 200, just under 300 quid a pair. This was in mid-1980s. So I know it'd be a lot of money, but they were the best investment you ever made. All of a sudden, you got real soft leather boots that give your feet good support, and for years I used sort of Ian Mason's boots, and then Pony came along, the footwear company. Pony did a boot called Pony Pacement, which was really good, and then I wore them for a number of years, but they started messing around with the design of them, trying to make them more trendy, but they weren't as comfortable, or didn't work as well. And then they sort of died out, and we then got into the stage where people were buying sort of a cross trainer, white cross trainer, and taking the sole off and having a cricket sole put on. And there was my brother sort of was very much at the start of that, because there was a cobbler at Belmont Circle who used to do this. So right there. So and Alistair was one of the first, so he did it, my brother, and went there, got a cross trainer because he was quite light on his feet as a cricketer, put a spiked sole on it, and where would you get that done? All of a sudden it became this it's tired, battered little cobbler's shop in Belmont Circle, about 3 miles away from about a mile and a half away from where Alistair and I were brought up. Became the centre of sort of where all the Aussies were having their boots in. So Michael Clarke's boots were there. All these cricketers' boots were ending up. So Asics and Adidas and Nike. Fielded again.
Higgins.
We're sending boxes and boxes of boots to this cobbler, who was just then sort of just shaving off some of the rubber sole, replacing it with a cricket sole, and that was the way that the boot technology. And then these companies, Adidas and Nike, etc., started producing bowling boots, and you get into the cycle now where the footwear available is so much better than it was. So you eventually got to a page now where boot technology, major companies have invested in it, and therefore are producing boots that are good for a bowler's feet. But in the old days, the status bowlers' toes and stuff like that, because of the poor nature of the footwear, was dreadful. Has he clipped that?
Leg side punished for more. It was a simple put away for North East.
That was a nonchalant little flick, that, wasn't it? A man in form, a man in his 200s. And 230 now. He's just helped that on its way. Again, just a little bit straight, but it's like a top spin tennis shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's played his innings that way so much so from the off, really. North East. He's just played it with a great deal of time out there. For Brooks back on the spot. Ominously, I guess, from a Middlesex perspective, have been handed a stat, whereas Glamorgan would all be saying, nah, it's too early for that, it jinx him. 2004 was the last triple century at Lord's. Nick Knight for Warwickshire, 303 not out. 32 fours, which suggests North East is probably ahead of that now in the four count. Have a look. 608 for 7 declared, first innings of the match. And there's another one. And this is his first bowl at the pavilion end, Brooks, and there's a bit of a learning curve here about the slope.
Well, the learning curve, you can't bowl too straight, because it just carries on going down. But again, just simple batting, putting the bad ball away. There's nothing funky or flashy to it.
Leg side again, but the sweeper will collect this one. That was his 32nd four, which is the number of fours that Nick Knight hit when he hit 303 not out in 2004. 20 years ago, eh?
I think I played in a game where, was it Mark War? W-A-G-H rather than W-A-U. He got
Warwick.
a triple. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he got a triple 100 here. I always remember that because Ian Bell was one of Ian Bell's first games for Warwickshire, and he pushed me through mid-on in his innings, and he sort of thought that was going to run away for 4. But you know, the little slope, the boundary was then the guttering rather than the rope inside the boundary, which is the case now. And the ball sort of just run out of steam just in front of the pavilion and rolled back down. And he only got 2 when he should have got 3, and then he was out for 99. Not that I don't know who got him out, but he was out for 99, and you sort of always thought that you're dozy so and so. You should have run a bit harder there.
There's that field in the deep again, just holding North East to the single. There's the kit bags are all sat on the lip of the pavilion now that you were talking about.
Yeah, so that's where it sort of went. Rolled up there, came round and sort of Fielder ran around to do it.
Crazy goal.
Floodlights are different, aren't they?
Yeah, I noted that yesterday. They're really quite piercing, actually, when they go on. You can't
They
really look
are.
up at them.
I know they're sort of obviously what do they call it now? Is it LCLEDs or whatever? They go on straight away, so they don't need time to warm up, which is good. Well, we all know England. It's almost you get the feeling Glamorgan are looking to be a little bit more aggressive now, aren't they? I suppose the 110 overs gone past, so they're not going to give Middlesex any more points by taking a few risks and looking to get on with the game. But Ingram's been a wonderful white ball cricketer throughout his career, so he may have some fun when he does decide to sort of open up, whether that's before lunch or after lunch. It could be worth watching if he's plays like he does do in T20s.
I was just about to say, do you want a reminder of Ingram and Cook at Merchant Taylor's School last year in the T20 a partnership? Was it 75 they scored off the last 3 overs? Something ridiculous, wasn't it?
There was, yes. I was with you then. Was I with you then? Yeah.
Yes. Your memory
And
might
Middlesex were on course to win it, weren't we, for a long
Eskenazi
period?
and Holden giving it a good start.
Because we conceded over 230, 240, wasn't it?
And they were on course.
And we were on course. So yeah, I think we only lost by 20 runs. We still got 220 or something like that. It was an amazing game of cricket.
Yeah, I looked it up yesterday when Carlson was out there because I was trying to remember who it was, and I was thinking, was it Carlson? Because he was going quite nicely at that point yesterday, Carlson, but it wasn't. It was Cook and Ingram did the damage. Incredible T20 performance.
Well, this tactic's not really working. Well, I suppose it's working in the way that you're getting the batter to play the shot, but it's not working in the way that the ball's ever gone in the air. It's not every pull or hook shot that North East has played has gone down into the ground and not really brought any thought of a half chance to someone deep square leg and deep fine leg.
I was having 2 thoughts on that, and one was they're still going at 4 and over, aren't they, really? Because there's 4 singles and over, so even though the boundaries are being dried up, there's still 4 singles and over. The other thing is we haven't seen a batter rushed in this match yet. The Kookaburra just hasn't had it swatting around the ribs of the batter or had them late on a shot. If anything, they've been early, so the greatest danger for the hook or pull for North East is just that misjudgment and being too early through the shot. Well, doesn't get up at all, but wristily worked fine. Another good tumbling start, this time Holden. Holds him to a couple. And rattles along to 48 from 93. North East will have strike on 239. Glamorgan 439 for 3. And a puff of the cheeks all right from Tom Helm.
So have a look at the other grounds. We were saying yesterday how play was called off quite early at a number of venues, wasn't it? And still delayed at Durham. They're not out at Chesley Street. Kent they have started, so I'd imagine that's this morning, isn't it? It's 11 o'clock. Kent 59 without loss against Somerset at Canterbury. Yes, at Canterbury. Lancashire, Surrey yet to start, so it's still wet up in Manchester. Surprise, surprise. Essex bowled out for 253, Notts 50 for 2 at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire bowled out for 360 in their match against Warwickshire. Warwickshire yet to bat. And there's no play at Derbyshire against Gloucestershire. And Middlesex, we don't want to go to that score. Sussex v Northants, Northants 154 for 2. And they're playing at Yorkshire. Well, Leicester 164 for 5. So it seems like there's a bit, or I say they're playing, they've been playing, but it's delayed. So it sounds like there's some wet weather going across the northern part of the country at this moment in time.
Seen a lovely pick from Trent Bridge, actually, where Essex are playing. A couple of former international cricketers in the shot there, and on Topley. Toppers there for BBC Essex. Dave Bracegirdle, former Italian international, back in his RAF days. Jack Russell right in the middle of them. You see him? All the reflections look great. There we go. Bend it down a little bit.
Jack Russell in the middle.
Yep, Dave Bracegirdle on Topley. Out at the Cricket World Cup, I saw him on the TV. Watching Reese. Saw quite a bit of Jack Russell in the last 20 years of Middlesex because he was always working with John Simpson.
Yep, Snurp. Great man. Mad as a box of frogs. Love him to bits. But actually that was one of the better decisions to get him working with Jack Russell, John Simpson. They got on brilliantly, and undoubtedly John benefited hugely from the time that he spent with Jack to become obviously one of the finest keepers in the country for the last 10 years or so. Hundreds of Jack Russell stories, but now's not the moment. 200 of Jack Russells. I think someone's supposed to be coming in a minute to replace me.
How long did he need for his Weetabix to be soaked?
2 minutes, wasn't it, or something like that.
It's good stuff again by Higgins. He saved a few. Back point today. Holden's usually in there, but Higgins has been in there today. Holden's shifted around a few different positions. Maiden for Brooks. 16 overs, one maiden, one for 60.
Yeah, that sort of frowns a sort of look we've seen on a number of the Middlesex bowlers for the last nearly 4 sessions now. Not been the start that they wanted. No one's yet got a gallon up. Helm the closest, 90, but as you see there, Roland Joe's bought a couple of maidens this morning, but 6, 7, 8, 9 maidens out of 114 overs.
Just the 13 overs for Higgins, who's been the most economical. He took the new ball yesterday morning, the theory being I think that he and Bamboo are going to have the best chance with the Kookaburra if they started with it. Brief go. In fact, I'm not sure he has had a go since the second new ball.
I tell you, it was interesting. Deploy turned a couple of balls yesterday, didn't he?
He bowled really well, I thought.
Yeah.
Mumbling was that one of them did indeed get a nick. I think it was northeast. Through to Davies. Mumbling, or should I say grumbling, after stumps that they felt. It was actually close to shaving the off stump as well, whether the noise was actually hitting the stump on the way through. Josh de Carey's to the left-handed Ingram, who's on 48. Off spinner from the nursery end, turning it up the slope.
Could be a little challenge this for de Caires. Ingram talking a few minutes ago about his prowess in white ball cricket, and equally de Caires bowling with quite a short leg side boundary, so he won't want to get too straight because he might find himself hoiked into the stands. Brooks there, looking a bit laboured as he ran to the ball.
There's the couple for Ingram's 50. 95 deliveries, 8 fours, 148 minutes. Quite the rapid pace of the northeast and route near run a ball. 50s to start the innings. Middlesex have reined it a little bit back since then, but this second 50 for Ingram now could become very interesting. For Glamorgan, could become a big problem for Middlesex. You'd fancy that it'll be up in the scoring rate. Trying to push the pressure onto Middlesex now. Big job for the under-carries to do. Just me looking at that oddly. Deploy looked particularly fine at slip there.
No, I think that's fair enough. The worst thing you want is it going between the keeper and the slip, isn't it?
Just that one chance to Sam Robson, who was a slightly wide second, or was it a slightly wide foot slip actually, I think yesterday. Threw a left hand up and got a paw to it.
But a spin at both ends.
Well, I thought Deploy bowled really well yesterday, I must say. And of course Glamorgan opted not to go with Mason Crane in this game.
It's interesting both. I mean, so it's historically, we've changed of plan. But
yeah.
But if Deploy had bowled, it was just in the sort of tactics used by Middlesex here, because most left-arm spinners tend to bowl from the nursery, and Tufnell Edmonds always bowled at this end, and John Embry always bowled at the pavilion. But they'd have had De Geer's bowling and the left-arm spinner bowl. I suppose that's got to do with the boundary, spinning it away from the short boundary. Which makes it harder to hit.
Only a 14th over of the innings for Higgins. Interesting to see how it goes with the older Kookaburra. Width cut and well, is that? Just trying to see who it is. Is it Joe Cracknell as a sub? It is. Backward point. Higgins had just left that position himself.
That's another drop catch by the look of it, to me. It wasn't a particularly good ball by Higgins, a loosener, but I think it's one that Cracknell should have held on to.
Yeah, there was disappointment all round, wasn't there? You could just about see on that last replay the put down. It's a long hop down the leg side really from Higgins on that one. Got the deep mid wicket, long leg, deep backward square as well. Manages to get him through, does he? Oh, that's another good tumbling stop. Nice Deploy. Rolling around on the rope this time.
You always sort of worry a bit, don't you, when you... I mean, the outfield here is obviously brilliant in the way that it drains and allows the players to get out there far quicker than they do. But so many of these slides now, you see a knee take up a big divot, and you always sort of worry about that sort of jerk, the action. I mean, it can cause an injury. Famously, it happened to Simon Jones, didn't it, in that Ashes Test, which was terrible for him because it well, basically sort of never recovered from it, did he? Whilst, of course, you want the fielders diving, it's just you get it slightly wrong sometimes. You can do some damage.
Brooks yesterday, I think Pat took a massive divot out. Oh, slipped out. 1 day wide. I think North East asking, was it not a first class wide as well? Big smile from Ryan Higgins. Testing the umpire's patience slightly.
Bit of game of cat and mouse there.
Four, 4, 5 for 3. What have we got? Half an hour until lunch. Middlesex wicketless on the second day. The carries to continue down at the nursery. Got a call up to England Lions camp this winter, didn't he? As an off spinner, came in as a opener a couple of seasons ago. Radlit lad. Actually, speaking of selectors, one former selector sat next to me at the moment. The man you mentioned who was going to be replacing you soon, Roland Butcher, who was a West Indies selector up to a little while ago, wasn't he?
Is he no longer?
So I was told yesterday. Although Butch didn't tell me, so I hope Ricky Alclock was right when he corrected me and said he's not. He's not anymore. Inside out. It's pitches slightly. That one from Ingram. But you'd fancy this is the game now. Trying up the scoring rate. Glamorgan, half an hour until lunch. I don't want to particularly give away all the hard work of this morning.
Bold. Nicely placed for a couple for North East. Really has been his playground, Lords, these last 4 sessions. Nudged, nurdled, battered and bludgeoned. But it is the time that he's played it with. That's the 450 up as well. The end of the over, 450 for 3. Past the bonus points, of which Glamorgan have 5, Middlesex have 1. They don't have 5, do they? It's just gone up to 5 on the main scoreboard over there, but it's outside the 110. Yep, you're right.
So 4 for Glamorgan. There we go. It's just gone back down. Obviously tuned in.
Yeah, they're listening to you, aren't they? Always wise to listen to. Always wise to listen to hands.
Provided no further rain, play will begin. It's Old Trafford at 1:10 80 overs remaining on day 2. Remarkable, really, wasn't it? Full day here. Such a frustrating day around the country yesterday for so many. Oh, bottom edge.
I know we're getting giddy here, but we're just talking about the scores, weren't you? Gooch is the highest score at Lord's. First class or test. 3-3-3.
It's that flat battered effort by North East. Good stop by Davies.
Quite low down the list of
1990, was it? Yes, India.
1990, yeah.
Gets that one away. Chase on for the carries, which he'll win. Hold them to a couple. So 3-3-3.
Jack Hobbs got 316. Not out for Surrey against Middlesex in 1926. P. Holmes, I'm not sure, got 315 not out for Yorkshire against Middlesex in 1925. Mark M.A. Wah 315 against Middlesex for Warwickshire at Lords in 2001. But he's only halfway, is he, at that? He's only halfway to Brian Lara.
Yeah.
501. Against Durham, Edgerston in 1994. Hanif Mohammed, 499.
Who dropped him on naught?
Scott, is he the keeper? Was it the keeper, Scott? Was it on naught?
Sure it was on
He
naught,
was,
wasn't it?
it was quite low.
Oh, tried to uppercut that one, tried to ride it, pick up a single. Oh, sorry, I mean he's having fun.
Just looking through this, Graham Hick 405. Remember that Worcester versus Somerset, Taunton in 1988. Bill Ponsford got a couple at 400, so he liked batting. 437, 429 for Victoria. Lara got over 375, or got 375 more 3 times, didn't he? 375, 400 and 501. What was your high score, Butch? 197. Threw it away then, did you? He said no, he was run out by John Embry. I'll let him explain that one. That'll be an interesting conversation. I'll leave you to explain it, Butch.
Angus Fraser, thanks very much. Great to see you as ever. Thank you for the time. Oh, chopped away off stumps. Nicely played by Ingram. It's up the rate here. Run 3, Ingram's into the 60s. 3 runs would have been quite useful that day then, Butch. 197 and Embers ran you out.
Yeah, called me for an impossible single. And I was run up by a direct hit. Yorkshire.
Or Northeasts. One of the biggest shots we've seen from him in a while. He's played with so much time. And that's his 250. Brilliant way to bring it up. Another boundary. 344 deliveries. This is 33rd 4. Nick Knight scored 32 fours in his 303 unbeaten. The last triple century at Lords. Northeast on his way.
Yeah, excellent innings, really. Promoted himself in the order. But he's made full use of some good batting conditions.
Just been going through with Gus the stats. 300s here at Lords. 333 the highest, Gooch. Highest test all first class. There's a single to end the over for Northeast. 251 he moves to. 465 for 3.
Yeah, I would imagine at this juncture he'll certainly be eyeing the 300, that's for sure.
300 at Lords, it's got to be on your mind as a batter, hasn't it, Butch?
Well, I think once you get to this point and you realise the pitch is that good, bowlers are flagging, not a lot happening off the pitch, either with the spinners or the seamers, you know, you get to 250, then those next 50s really should be the easier runs of the lot, because you've done all the hard work, you've just got to really occupy the crease and they will come. Bottom edge, and he'll get 4 there, I think, unless Fielder makes a valiant effort. But I think Higgins in this spell has tried to keep it wide. He might consider having another fielder on the boundary, actually. I mean, you can give up the single there at backward point. You can put him on the point boundary and maybe bring the third man finder, at least that way. You know, you restrict the batter to a single.
Oh, dearie me. Flogs that one. For 6. 261 now Northeast. Powering on. What a pickup.
He's taken that one from fairly wide, you know, outside the off stump, but it's in the slot. Obviously telegraphed that Wiggins is going to go wide, and instead of hitting through the offside for the single, now that creates a bit of pressure for Higgins. Now he's got to really he's got to work out exactly who's going to bowl at this moment now, because the wide ball can be, as you can see, can be taken from off the leg.
It's the 150 partnership as well between these two. It must be on his mind as much as match situation, but a 300 at Lords. And again, Gooch is 333. I mean, I'm sure Northeast probably, well, he'll be aware of the 333. He probably won't be aware that it's the highest first class score as well at Lords.
Well, I think he just needs to keep batting and he'll get it.
That's what I mean, there's no rush. I mean, we've seen a couple of big shots in the last couple of overs. There goes another one. Sweepers out everywhere now for Northeast. 17 minutes until lunch. Always rein it back a little bit. Say, all right, come back again after the interval. He's not going to get these. Well, he wouldn't have thought he's going to get these next 38 and 17 minutes.
Oh, there's no real hurry. I mean, he's just got to keep batting. I mean, Ingram's offering excellent support. He's be looking for 100 as well. Just get to lunch, come back after lunch, get the 300, chase down Gooch's 333 and go beyond.
Slow ball. Bowled, well played. Can you remember your first century at Lords?
I don't actually. I can't remember. What was that question was asked yesterday, and I can remember my first century for Middlesex, but I can't remember the first one at Lords.
Where was the first?
Bristol against Gloucestershire.
Who were you up against in that game?
Proctor, Brain. I think Jack Davey played as well.
Width. And that'll be... Oh, a brilliant stop by Holman. Outstanding. That looked 4 all the way. They've run 3. That's outstanding. Luke Holman once again. And they have been very committed in the field this morning. It must be said, Middlesex, that they're having a tough time of it out there. But the fielding has been near faultless this morning. They've saved every single run they can because they know they're up against it in this one.
Yeah, it's been a tough day in the session, really. Not a wicket so far. So over 100 scored again in the session, so it's been a difficult morning for Middlesex, really fighting hard, and all they can do is really back it up in the field, and they've done that.
Boy, they've got some work to do backing it up with the bat when they come out, Middlesex. Say the name that springs off the sheet is Mir Hamza, the left armour at Lords, always so dangerous. Now what can this man do? Took a little bit of tap. Roland Jones was at mid-off. He's going to drop back again now, as Bamba has down at long on. Deep covers back, deep square. Oh, just looked to run it. That would have been a way to fall though as well, wouldn't it? Feathering it through to the keeper. A little delicate dab that he was looking for. Oh, so goes for the reverse on this. He does look as though he's in a rush here in North East, doesn't he? Which is surprising, really, with 15 minutes till the interval.
Well, he's obviously just trying to be positive against the off spinner. There's nobody in catching position apart from that straightish mid-wicket, so
Get a single down to long. From a Middlesex perspective, though, you'd almost be happy with this because it's the first time you really feel in the game against North East. He's had so much time out there in the middle, and this is the first point where you think, hold on a minute, we could get him here. It's primarily wide to carries is on at the moment, the left-hander. I say at the moment, he's Middlesex's nominated spinner for the match, so has his work to do. Punched away off the off stump once more. It just felt as though it died a little off the surface, that one.
yeah, just kept it a little bit low, but batsman had plenty of time to adjust.
Ball to end the over, driven straight to Stowman. At cover, 482 for 3, 121 done. We've got just over 13 minutes until lunch on the second day. Middlesex legend, England as well. Roland Butcher alongside myself. Kevin Hand on the mic. What did you make of day one as a whole? Day two, almost day two is born out of day one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you can see over the day and the session, really, it's been all Glamorgan, really. Apart from getting the wicket of Hassan, the batters have had it quite easy. The pitch hasn't done a great deal. Kookaburra ball hasn't swung, it hasn't seemed. Middlesex don't have express pace to extract any bunks out of the pitch. So it's been quite comfortable for the batters, and they've taken full control.
Slow ball again, banged in short. Back to northeast. I always feel like you can't take your eyes off it with northeast on strike at the moment. Does seem as though he's looking to up that scoring rate. Well, it has. Look, it's back up at 4. 4.5 at one point yesterday. Middlesex got it back down to about 3.7 at one stage, but back up again it goes. You almost feel as though you're witnessing a bit of history here, though, if he does go past the Gooch 3-3-3. Oh, there you go. He's throwing everything at it once more.
Yeah, when it's wide, he's certainly doing that, and he can afford to, because you've got nobody in catching positions. There's no slips.
From a neutral perspective and a Glamorgan perspective, you almost want Lunch to come now and get him out of there for a moment. Because, like I say, it feels, from a Middlesex perspective, you'd feel as though you're in the game against North East for the first time in the match. Everybody back on the ropes now. Wristley works a single to deep square. Nobody on the single for North East at this stage. Come up again now for Ingram. Have they got something in mind? When you're the skipper, you do start to think about other matters, don't you? But they've got all the time in the world, haven't they? There's no rush at the moment. There's no need for North East to feel as though he needs to get on with it. He's scoring at a great rate.
Yes, no Ingram. Ingram can just keep batting. There's 100 in the offing. Just keep. Nothing really happening out there to. If the batter gets out, really, he's got to make a mistake. So, not a good position to be in as a bowling side when you know you've only taken 3 wickets. Got 2 set batters.
Oh, goodness me. All the shots coming out now from North East. Back and across. Punches. Foolish ball. Off the back foot. 6 that he heaved over mid-wicket was his first of the innings. 34 fours. Established that he's gone past the number of fours that Nick Knight scored in his 303 not out here in 2004. Just worth having a look to see how many fours Gooch scored in that 3-3-3. End of the over, 1-2-2 overs done. 487 for 3 now. Glamorgan. There's an ominous looking scorecard for Middlesex to have to respond to in the first innings of the season.
Yeah, I think Middlesex will be quite pleased for Lunch to come where they can get in, put their feet up, and try to reassess. This whole session of obviously not taking a wicket, so that will weigh heavily on their minds.
10 shy of equaling the partnership. It went before Carlson and North East. Gooch is 333, scored 43 fours and 3 sixes. 484 deliveries. The man who opened with him at the other end, Michael Atherton. His son bowling at the moment. Mean batting lineup back then, wasn't it? Gooch, Atherton, David Gower, Alan Lamb, Robin Smith. What a top 5 that was. John Morris at 6 in that game. Jack Russell was the keeper. Gave him a mention a little while ago. He's on well, he's been on the mic up at Trent Bridge this morning. course, Gus was bowling in that match. I just had a look. It quite occurred to me actually that Gus played in that one, of course, 1990. Fraser, Malcolm, Hemmings and Lewis, the bowlers. A little bit shorter, easier punch for Ingram, but still just the single with the sweeper back.
Guess his figures?
Oh, let's have a look. Oh, have a look at the Indian figures in that one. It was the first innings of the match, wasn't it? The Gooch 3-3-3. Kapil Dev 1 for 120 from 34 overs. Single down the ground. India in reply. Ravi Shastri got a century. Mohammad Azharuddin 121. Kapil Dev got 77 not out indeed. 454 all out in reply. Fraser 5 for 104. Nice little paddle. Get a couple at least. Looks like Brooks giving chase, and it is. Mean economy as well, 5 for 104 from 39.1. Everyone else is going at over 4s. Malcolm, Lewis, Hemmings, Gooch turned his arm over for 6 overs.
4 bowlers went for 100.
I'm just looking back at the Indian card. The entire first innings. Yeah, the best economy in that innings. Hiwani.
Again, the Indians, they had 4 that went for 100s too.
1 for 102 from 30 overs. Narendra Hiwani. Kapil Dev 1 for 20 from 34, if that was the second best economy in that innings. Oh, wow. Now again, we're 5 minutes here from lunch. North East's got a triple century at Lord's in sight, but he's clearly thinking about the match situation rather than his own milestone.
Well, I mean, you can't be thinking too much about the match situation 5 minutes before lunch.
Well, this is what I'm wondering. It seems a little odd to me, but does it seem odd to you? Stanson's liver's just a single out to deep cover. I mean, from a neutral perspective, you say to him, well, go out and do it again this afternoon. You know, all the time in the world in this game.
No, I think he's just not shutting up shop for lunch. You know, why should he? He's 270. I mean, you should be in control of.
But he's playing completely differently to how he has at any other stage in the innings. That's the oddity to me.
Yeah, but he can, because, I mean, Higgins is not trying to get him out. You know, Higgins is trying to hide the ball outside the off stump to get him to drive the ball into those fielders in the deep for the single. So obviously he's trying to be a little bit more inventive, but just before lunch he might as well just keep punching it out into the deep and picking up the singles.
Down the ground. And there's his second 6 of the innings. North East moves to 276, 499 for 3 Glamorgan. Really got all of that.
Yeah, it was in the slot. Nice length in the hitting area.
I mean, there's so many records to consider here. Hugh Morris, the last, we understand, to hit a double century for Glamorgan in an opening round. Who was the last to hit a triple century in the opening round of a championship season? Goes again, and it goes for 6 again. Into the Allen stands. Brooks watches it sail. It's the 500 up for Glamorgan, 505 for 3, but North East powers his way to 282.
Yeah, certainly not holding back. Lunch or no lunch, if it's in the slot.
This will be the final over before lunch, which the Careys will bowl. Ingram will have strike. My heart's in my mouth for North East. I don't want to get it out before lunch. I mean, this is a brilliant innings, isn't it? If it's put a Middlesex hat on, as I say, you're delighted almost at the moment because you think that he is on the verge of getting out. Can't keep hitting like this, can he? Just the single. Punch down to long off. Take my heart back out of my mouth now. I mean, as I say, it is quite something here. He's on the verge of something pretty special at the most special ground in the world. Which is why he almost think, don't give it away, don't hold out. Solid defence for Ingram. 2 till lunch. North East will be not out at lunch. There's only 1 ball to come, barring a run off an extra. And a drop ball to finish the session, just a couple off the over. Ingram 72, North East 283. Roland Butcher, I think it's fair to say Glamorgan's session.
Yeah, flawless performance there by Glamorgan. Really carried on from where it left off yesterday. North East the catalyst, but the support came from Ingram, and certainly as the sun has appeared just before the luncheon interval, it has been Glamorgan's morning without a question of a doubt, as it has been for a day and a bit.
I mean, you analyse it from a Middlesex perspective. It's hard to when someone's played as North East has, because his innings has only changed in the last 30 or so runs. Prior to that, he's played with all the time in the world, ease, comfort from the moment he's walked out there.
Yeah, there can't be any positive from a Middlesex perspective. I mean, look at the scoreboard, it's 507 for 3, and you're at lunch on day 2, so there's not a lot of positives there at all.
Roland Butcher, thanks very much. We'll head off and grab some lunch. Do join us back after the interval. 17 shy of a triple century at Lords, Sam North East, and 50 shy of equaling Graham Gooch's record at the home of cricket. Join us back in just under 40 minutes. We're back with the live stream here from Lords in association with Daft. Thanks to Roland Butcher for now. From myself, Kevin Hand, we'll go and grab a bite to eat. See you in a little while. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram. What a performance this morning. Northeast 283, 365 deliveries. 50 runs shy of the highest score in Test or first class cricket at Lords. 333 by a certain Graham Gooch in 1990 against India. A few records in sight, but he was going hard at it before the interval. How it'll approach afterwards, we'll have to wait and see. Colin Ingram with himself thinking about 3 figures on 72. Middlesex, well, they have to think about 7 wickets. Some control as well. That run rate's gone back up from 3.7 to just over 4 this morning. It was at 4.5 at one point yesterday. Middlesex about down to around about 3.7, but pushed up again, particularly with some bludgeoning blows by that man, Northeast, before the interval. So 507 for 3. The score here at Lords on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with the principal sponsor, Alphabet. I'm Kevin Hand. Delighted to say Ben Koski's alongside me after lunch, ECB reporter for the match. Ben, it was quite a morning.
Yeah, quite a morning for Glamorgan, Kevin. Obviously, tough situation for Middlesex. They've been, I think, toiling away really well. Actually, they've stuck to their task. I think the bowling has been, pretty decent. And you look at the stat that stands out for me actually is the extras. To have only conceded 3 extras, isn't it, in 500 plus? So that says to me they've been really sticking to their task. And at the moment, just hard to see where a wicket might come from.
Tom Helm will be the man tasked with it first after lunch from the pavilion end. Some short stuff. There's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square and a long leg, as well as long off, long on. And a deep extra cover, deep backward point, deep third, so all 11 are all 9 are back. Keeper runs all the way up to deliver the ball as a result. Jack Davies on the left there. There's that Fields, and just out of shot to the lefts. Well, there's 3 of them indeed. Deep mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. Just out of shot to the right. Deep point. Northeast be charged with doing it in singles. Picks up 1 down to long off. Plenty to ponder.
And I think it'll be interesting to see what the Glamorgan tactics are here. I mean, the field that Middlesex have come out with obviously suggests they're expecting them to really throw the kitchen sink at it in this post-lunch session, and with 500 plus on the board, that would seem a fair bet as well.
Ingram rides a single, still 3 up for Ingram, but they're going to say to the Northeast against Helm in particular, you'll have to go over the top if you want a boundary. Imagine that he'll keep it outside off stump, Helm here. Ask Northeast to try and drag it to the shorter boundary on the leg side. Wide Yorker. Even the bumper, you'd imagine, bang on in outside of the off stump, see if he pulls it deep mid-wicket.
Of course, we saw quite a few shots like that from Northeast off Ryan Higgins just before the interval, and short boundary there, of course, but even so, one of those he pulled from right outside off stump as well.
Oh, good ploy to go to Helm, isn't it? The death bowler for Middlesex in T20 cricket. Guides the single. I mean, to some extent at this stage, for your Helm, if you're a Northeast, use it as the chance to get your eye back in after lunch, just get your feet moving again, take the singles, get going once more. Damned if you do, damned if you don't for Middlesex. Bring the field up immediately after lunch, and a couple of boundaries rattle away, and he's nearly there. So a rock and a hard place for Middlesex at the moment. Helm and Roland Jones figuring it out again at the top of the mark. End of the over, 126. Overs bowled 510 for 3. So 333 by Graham Gooch, the highest score on this ground in Test or first class cricket. Highest score against Middlesex, scored by Craig Spearman for Gloucestershire. It was 2004, the year before I started on this. 341 he scored, so I dodged one there. Did see Langer's triple century at Somerset though, 315 in 2007. It was a long old few days. The highest score on this ground against Middlesex, 316 unbeaten by Jack Hobbs for Surrey, 1926.
Were you there for that one, Kevin?
That was in my first stint. 315 unbeaten for Holmes over Yorkshire the next year. I think Gus mentioned that one a little while ago, 1925. Here's Josh De Carey's to the northeast. This will be the interesting one now to see if northeast opens up against the spinner more so than Helm perhaps. But again, I just wonder would somebody have had a word at lunch and said to him, look, there's serious history. You know, there's stats and there's milestones, but this is the highest score at Lords. Take it away from Gooch's 333 is quite something. All the time in the world as well in this match. No forecast of any rain to interrupt the game, so he doesn't need to think in any way or worry about being selfish with this innings. The milestone's there, that plenty of time to be had to achieve it. Certainly seems to be playing it with a little bit more patience after the interval for northeast. I think it's safe to say this will be the earliest triple century in an English summer, should he achieve it. April 5th start. I think of the years that it went through. I remember it going to April 12th, then to April 5th. .287 for northeast. He'll keep the strike. 513 for 3.
While we're on stats, of course, also people looking up, frantically thumbing through the books, looking up Glamorgan's highest totals against Middlesex, and they're certainly close to that 522 at Lords, which was back in 2011. 2 survivors from that game, actually, one on each side, and I'm sure you can guess who they are.
Well, I was just saying, there's only 2 left for Middlesex from the title year of 2016 now, Robson and Roland Jones. So Robson, the 2011 man.
So the survivor from Glamorgan actually, of course, had a lengthy career at Middlesex as well.
I think about 2, but just the single out to the sweeper. So 3 survivors in the match from the Middlesex title year, of course. James Harris. There's a run of ball to be had here for North East. So as such, he's, against Helm in particular, he's 12 deliveries away from 3 figures.
It's quite interesting today that Ingram really seems to have curbed his natural game. He's been, I would say, positively subdued today. I mean, last night he came out and smashed it about a bit, and today he's progressed quite slowly, really.
Oh, full bunger. Gets away with it. Down to deep third. How often does the bad ball take a wicket as well, though?
I've seen that a few times. In fact, I remember with Tom Helm last year, I think it was here against Surrey, when he actually ended up with a stack of wickets, and he was almost apologetic after that innings, saying it's probably the worst he's bowled all season. And sometimes you see that, they put in the hard yards, but the wickets don't always reflect that.
Scoop from Ingram for a single. It's worked around the corner. Yeah, that was the match, I mentioned it earlier, when Ryan Higgins took that catch at mid-wicket when Helm was going for all the bumpers. He went for a Yorker, it was clipped to mid-wicket, and Higgins took an incredible catch.
Incredible season overall for Ryan Higgins last summer, wasn't it? And in every facet, and obviously high standard now to try and maintain this year.
Would have been a tough year without Higgins last year for Middlesex. Yeah, was indeed in the Middlesex squad for the title winning year, but not one of the regulars at that point. Nor was Harris indeed. Back up to Finn, Roland Jones and Mercer.
I think there are a few others who probably only played a couple of games that season. People like James Fuller, I think, who came in for couple of games where he played a big part. Yeah. Harry Podmore as well.
Long hop down the leg side. Cloudy skies, but not a threat of a shower anywhere in them. Strong breeze blowing straight into the face, into the chest of Josh DeCarry's actually help a little bit with the flight. Around the wickets northeast. The single into the 290s. So northeasts. Join a limited list. Those to hit 3 figures at Lords. Gets it through, does he? Yes, he does. Big dive on the ropes from Joe Cracknell. Valiant dive indeed, and in fact he's off down the tunnel under Odd Father Time to try and find it. There's another look from the other end. There it goes. Hops up and over the rope, over the advertising board, and down the tunnel below the scorer's box. Oh, it's gone out. It's got out through the gate and out onto the main road. So a new ball required. partnerships also moved to 200. 202 from 286 deliveries, 198 minutes with boundary. Ingram has 80 of them. And North East 122 is the new balls.
Good way to bring up the 200 partnership there from Ingram with that sweep off Josh de Carey's. And at the moment with this lost ball, it's very reminiscent of the COVID years, really, when of course there were no spectators and fielders were having to sort of rummage in the seats and in the foliage at outgrounds and so on. And this one's somehow gone out into the street.
Straight away, just a single. So the entire list at Lords. No Middlesex player has ever scored a triple century here. 277, Patsy Hendren. Against Kent in 1922. Oh, goodness me, he's gone. No, he's missed the stumping. Well, dancing down the track, Sam Northeast offers a big chance on 291. I did wonder whether he'd resist it, just take the singles through to the 300. Dot ball to end the over. And a deep inhalation, you'd imagine, for Sam Northeast. Came charging down, looking to hit Carey's back over his head. Oh dear, just snapped out of the gloves. I don't think he got anything on it. I think it was straight past the edge. Disappointment for Davies behind the stumps. Just pops back out. It's a chance offered to backward point yesterday to Max Holden. Tough chance. One to Ryan Higgins at backward point today. Now a third offering.
And disappointing for Josh de Carey's as well, because with figures of none for 100, you'd love that to at least go to 1 for 100, and he certainly deserved it with that ball.
He's leaning on his back, thinking about life at the non-striker's end, looking up at that scoreboard. It does feel as though he's overthinking it slightly out there, Northeast. Certainly before lunch, giving it the charge as he did, and giving it the charge in that last over. He and Glamorgan have plenty of time in this match. If you're here for the match last year, Ben, when Pajara went big against Middlesex, there was actually a fair bit of criticism about how slow the innings was from the Sussex skipper. Almost paid off, and then in the end, of course, Middlesex nearly turned the game itself.
Yeah, and I suppose there's always that that problem when you're captaining the side as well, because your first thought has got to be do what's best for the team. At the same time, in the back of your mind, you've gone big. You've got to be thinking about can you take it to a personal milestone as well. But I think that's probably a difficult balancing act for North East at the moment.
The highest post-war score by a Middlesex batter at Lords. It was John Carr in 1994. 261 unbeaten against Gloucestershire. Desmond Haynes 255. We're asking Roland Butcher his highest score. It's 197. Run out by John Embry. Two of the bigger ones come in recent years as well. 2011, Andrew Strauss here against Leicestershire hit 241 not out, a score that was equalled by Justin Langer. Didn't do that one, 1999 against Kent, but it was also equalled by certain CJL Rogers. 241, the Middlesex's highest chase in the championship, 472 to beat Yorkshire. title winners in 2014. Brilliant by Bamba. Comes him to a couple. He's really put his effort in the field. He's really put the effort in the field, rolling around.
And I have to say, there's been some very good fielding on the boundary rope from most of the Middlesex fielders in this innings. You know, which is encouraging. It shows they've not been ragged. They're certainly not given this up.
Hooks him fine. Bamba again. Oh dear. Now, hopefully he's all right first and foremost, but he has thrown himself around on the ropes today, Bamba. Looks fine. 4-run signal by the umpire. Another boundary for Ingram. Takes him to 88. Short down the leg side, just getting out of the over with the bouncer. Ingram probably could have counted on that. Another good effort. 2 in the over from Bamba. Actually, on that one, he's probably going to be disappointed that he didn't stop it. But he stopped a fair few more. Yeah, it's just the way he fell forward like that. It was more the neck that was in danger than anything else. 532 for 3. Back to North East on 292. Try to that reverse sweep again. There's a backward point. Deep cover. Long off, long on. Ha. To Carey said red quite early. What was in North East mind? There's that wide shot with the backward point. So nobody other than deep cover to try and beat on that offside. Stands up to this and tickles the single.
Yeah, that previous delivery was certainly one saying, whatever else you do, you're not reverse sweeping this one.
Going into the 290s, this is now the 6th highest score in the history of Lords. Moved above W.H. Ponsford, who hit 281 not out for the Australians against the MCC in 1934. Couple down that list. The Don, 278. Against the MCC in 1938 on the following Ashes tour. Comes the highest Middlesex score, the Patsy Hendren. 277 not out. Just gave himself a little bit of room there, North East, on this occasion, going outside of leg, but angled across him again. Dot ball, just 2 off the over for DeCarries. 293 remains on North East. And then Ali Brown, he had some fun at this grounds. 265 for Surrey in 1999. Ali Brown, who famously, I think he was the first player I saw hit the ball out of Lords when he hit it over the top of the mound stand away to our left. Bounced off the tented roofs of the top tier of the mound stand and down onto the windscreen of a 4x4 parked on the road outside, which is it was a clip off his legs as well. Extraordinary shot.
Certainly one that's worth looking up on video, I think, and maybe the ball is somewhere where that ball that Ingram swept a couple of overs ago has ended up as well.
Oh, if only there were video footage of that one in Brown, that would have been about 2006, I'd say, 2005 maybe. Another hook. Should just be a single, brings North East back onto strike. Ingram's onto 90. The next in the list for North East is if he reaches the 3 figures. We've gone past Ponsford's 281, Nick Knight's 303, which was the last triple century here at Lord's in 2004. So yes, the next leap to make on the list will be going past 303 of Knights. 315 War, Mark War, 2001. Just making sure I said that correctly. So Knights 303 was the last triple century against Middlesex. At Lord's, War hit the 315, which is the highest against Middlesex. Post-war, Hobbs's was 1926. Holmes was 25, yeah. Feels like a fog of war out there at the moment. Little waiting game. Ingram himself, of course, onto 90. So bated breath, and North East comes back on strike. Team mid-wicket drops back. Everybody now back on the rope. Once again for North East, last ball of the over. And he'll keep the strike. 295 North East, 538 for 3. Glamorgan. Quite a statement by the visitors, isn't it? First game of the season. Strong looking top order. I don't know if you were at Merchant Taylor's last year, Ben, for the Cook and Ingram show in the T20.
Yeah, memorable game that, and as you say, Glamorgan have also piled on runs in red ball cricket, certainly last season. They've had some big totals, but at the moment they do seem to be a little bit in two minds at the moment, and you can't help wondering if North East's proximity to 300 is perhaps what's holding them back a little.
Seen that century past 200 now, the biggest of the innings. It's 296. Well, their run rate's up at 4.08, and I was making the point to Gus just before lunch. Even in the singles, they're still going at 4 and over, which is all right. At one point yesterday, they were going at 4.5, but oh, goodness me, there's a pickup. Mind yourself. Evasive action in the mound stands. Ingram moves to 97. The umpire's just waiting on confirmation. I don't think it's actually been signalled yet. I don't think there was any doubt, was there? Umpire's having a look at the... maybe he signalled early and I missed it. Must have done. But yeah, that run rate's in a very healthy position. You go back to the Pajara match, Sussex here at Lords last year, and the run rate was a little slow. On to 98, Ingram. Well, they do. You look at the names on this team sheet for them. Batting lineup, as you say, there's been plenty of red ball runs. Root, North East, Carlson, Ingram, Cook. And of course, missing Eddie Byron for this one through injury, which is why Roots went up to open.
You wonder if James Harris will be disappointed. He may not get a chance to bat coming back at Lords as well.
Goes hard, gets it away, and there it is. The 300 for Sam North East. Gets it fine past the fielder at 45. The helmet comes off. A triple century at Lords. Joins a very elite list and is not far away from a very, very special stat and a piece of history at Lords. 333 is in his sight. 391 deliveries, 35 fours, 3 sixes, and a fair bit of appreciation as he becomes one of a very few number of cricketers, 6th to have scored a triple century at Lords. Well, there's one moment for North Easts. Will there be another before this innings is out? Back to the Colin Ingram show. There is a century to be had at the other end, but Ben, that's quite something. 300 at Lords.
Yeah, magnificent achievement. I mean, as you said, Kevin, that's a very select club of players who have done it. And apart from anything, the concentration required, I think you've got to take your hat off to that, because just to stay focused for that length of time is tremendous. And so yeah, congratulations to Sam North East.
Single takes Ingram to 99, brings North East back onto strike. How does he go about it now? Gooch, Hobbs, Holmes, War, Knight and North East. 6 batters to have scored triple centuries at Lords. A triple century to start the season as well, mustn't forget. Has to be the earliest triple century in County Championship history. The slower ball from Helm, part of his T20 armoury. I mentioned the 200 by Hugh Morris in an opening round previously for Glamorgan. Opening innings. North East with 300 to open the season. It's quite incredible stat. Guides this one on the bounce down to Bamber, takes a single.
I think it's just intriguing to see what Glamorgan's game plan is going to be from here, because you wonder about what figure they want on the board. They've just gone past 550. Are they looking for 600 psychologically to really bat Middlesex out of the game? Ingram, obviously, they'll want to get his 100. That's next, and he's got a chance to do that now against Tom Helm.
And there's the century for Ingram. Little punch to the air. Can't take away from a century for Lords, even with what the man opposite him has achieved. North East with 301. Ingram 105. He's up with the second 6 of his innings. Almost as effortless as the 250 from North East. The 300, he went to that last 50 North East with a little bit more effort put in, a little bit more oomph. Ingram His second 50 has virtually been at a run a ball for the left-hander. A couple of sixes in there helping him along. Brilliant knock from him. $558 for 3, 134. 2 milestones reached, but there is one very special one in sight. 32 runs away for Sam Northeast. It's one of those stats that just everybody knows, really, isn't it? It's a stat for the ages, really, the 333 of Gooch here at Lords. It's emblazoned on the back of, well, it was emblazoned, it might have changed now. It was on the back of the Edrich stand, I think, for some while. Or Tavern, no, maybe it was Tavern. See it through the grace gates as he entered the ground. Three more runs and the highest score at Lords might have to be put on the back of one of these stands as well. Oh, another heave-ho from Northeast. He's only 16 runs away from being the second highest and going ahead of Jack Hobbs. Gets it away this time. He's tried that a few occasions. Sam Northeast. He's on to 305 and he goes past Nick Knight's 303. Fifth highest score at Lords belongs to Sam Northeast. Down the ground, goes after him, and goes all the way for 6. 311. Northeast powers on. Still remains 5th on the list behind Wars 315. 315 unbeaten of Holmes as well. Got hold of him this time. 22 more to match Gooch. Away again. Backward points drop back to the boundary rope. We'll have a chance of cutting this off, and we'll do. We'll take 2. Use of the feet. Gets hold of it, gets all of it, all the way, another 6 in the over, and Sam Northeast is now the second highest scorer at Lords, behind Gooch's 333. Moves past Jack Hobbs and the 316 unbeaten here in 1926. Partnership moves to 255.
You've surely got to be having a go at Gooch's record here, and be amazed if it's not something he's looked at and thought about, because when are you going to get another opportunity like this to get such a milestone at the home of cricket?
Hooked away, it's going to be another boundary. Ingram moves to 109. Helm continuing with the short stuff. Single run. Let's go in the over. Up in the air, he's going to be safe. They're set deep on that boundary out there. Inside out, out to deep cover. Single taken. He's on to 320. Sam northeast now. Thanks, Fraser sat down alongside me. Gus, we sat here for a few things over the years, haven't we? Tim Mercer went together for the Chris Rogers 241, but we've seen something pretty special here from Sam northeast.
We have. Obviously been helped a bit by some mistakes by the Middlesex side, but no, it's been a stunning innings, I must say. He's only really, well, a couple of mistakes he made were loosish balls that he sort of cut carelessly to backward point and was dropped twice, and obviously then being aggressive, looking to take the score forward quickly for Glamorgan, a missed stumping chance, but he's looked totally at ease at the crease, and yeah, there's a huge landmark to be reached in 14 runs time. One that cost the MCC a bit of money, it could do. Well, because they might have to change it. I don't know, the poster outside, whether they'll do that, because 3-3-3 was a test match, of course.
Moves him a run closer. Yeah, they're just trying to think. Is it all international? I think it is all international around the outside of the
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, yeah. Behind the tavern stand, isn't it? As you come through the Grace Gates, there are a number of sort of boards there, aren't they? Sort of showing off the achievements. Botham, Shrubsole,
Claire Taylor,
Graham Smith. You got 279 here, didn't he? High score by an overseas player.
Now, oh, he's dropped it for 6. Brooks, he had it all the way it seemed. He was wary of the rope. He's dropped it for 4 indeed, signalled by the umpire. It's not the big drop, but it is another drop. Another chance missed.
When these sort of things happen, or continue to happen, you sort of worry about the side when they go out to bat, because there's such a sort of, I suppose, down mood around the group that it can then carry on. So they're going to need to show some real resilience with the bat when they do, when Glamorgan do finally declare, which may well be in the moment that North East does go past Graham Gooch. It's 3-3-3.
It was extraordinary how hard he was going at it before lunch, North East, because it felt for the first time in the innings as though Middlesex had an opportunity to get him out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I mean, I suppose you get within touching distance, which he is now. You might sort of consider playing for it, but when you're 70, 80 runs away and the side are needing quick runs, you can't be seen to be playing for yourself, especially as captain of the side. So no, he's got it absolutely right, and I'd imagine he's going to still continue to look to be positive here, because yes, everybody wants to achieve things for themselves, but equally, the most satisfying thing about this would be if it results in his side winning this match.
Sun's threatening to break through for the first time in a while. Northeast guides a single. 322, the second highest score at Lords. We've gone past Jack Hobbs' 316. .315 Holmes you were mentioning earlier for Yorkshire, 315 as well for Mark Waugh, and 315 for
I played in that one. Middlesex got a big score in that, then they went past and we were nervously hanging on.
Well, Ingram goes big now. Where's that one gone? It's one of the biggest so far from Ingram, so we can see how far back that did go. There's a few in the front row turning around to see how far up the Edrich that's climbed. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, somewhere about, oh goodness me, yeah. That was a good 12, 15 rows back. And there's a danger here for Middlesex match situation, isn't there? They just need to be careful of deflation.
Well, yeah, well, it's inevitable. I mean, they've been taken apart here, and you could almost see that coming in the first session when you don't get any early wickets, and all of a sudden, just before lunchtime, Glamorgan definitely looked to try to up the ante as such. And as we said as well, that Ingram is a wonderful striker of a cricket ball. And whilst it's a wonderful start for the batters here with their summer of cricket ahead of them, figures of 0 for 130 as a bowler take some recovering. You need a couple of 5 for 50s to try and get yourself back into a respectable average.
Reverse again from North East. Is that your little segue to get me to mention the bowling performances in the Gooch 333 match?
Look. I mean, you can talk about it. I mean, the thing is, it's about, you want people talking about you rather than you talking about yourself, don't you?
Now, that's
6
big.
more.
That's very big. 328. North East moves to. He's
It's
now
a
with a
huge
shot.
hit. Yeah, well, that's a huge hit, isn't it? That must be a 70-yard boundary down there, and it's gone one bounce into the stand.
Well, Hearts mouths again, as that went to. It's an enormous boundary, isn't it? It's the grandstand Bambas positioned.
I think it's gone straight in there. That makes it even bigger. I mean, poof.
He's one shot away.
Does he go for it with glory?
Everybody back by the fielder at 45.
Just push a single, get it next over.
Cut hard. It is just the single though. He keeps the strike North East. 329 at Lords. 605 for 3 Glamorgan.
Actually, it was interesting. Gooch's 333 was having been stuck in too. India put England in and got a huge score. I mean, Gooch backed up with 120 odd in the second innings. Alan Lamb got 102 in that game. A brilliant
Smith.
test match. Sorry?
And Smith, I think, as
Yeah.
well. Someone got an 8 for as well, I think.
I got 8 wickets. And I would say that actually I should have got the man of the match. I mean, I know Gooch got 450 odd runs in the game, but if it had petered out into a dull draw, no one would have remembered it. But the fact that it was a thrilling test match that was actually completed by Gooch running the last Indian batter out. There was so much that happened in that game. This end was being knocked down, rebuilt. India needed 24 to avoid the follow-on, 9 down and 4 balls and then Eddie Hemmings over to go, and Kapil Dev hit him for 4 sixes. So they avoided the follow-on. Tendulkar took a brilliant catch, I think, to get Lamb out down here in front of the the Edrich stand. So, no, it was an amazing game of cricket. Azharuddin played one of the best innings I've ever seen too. He got 100 off 80 odd balls in India's first innings. So yeah, 1990.
Everybody else was going at 4 for and over. You had 2.65 for your 5 for in the first innings.
Yeah, a few edges to third man, put the run rate up a bit.
Of course, Atherton opened with.
Yeah, and 34 years later, we're on the verge of it being broken.
330, Sam Northeast. You try not to talk about these things before you get to a milestone, but it's unavoidable, isn't it? It does feel like quite a special moment, it must be said. Middlesex haven't had their best time of it. Kookaburra ball. There's a lot to factor in, but nonetheless, this is an attack of Roland Jones, Bamber, who's impressed greatly. The new signing Brooks, Helm. Middlesex may not have been at their best, but you can't really take away.
No, it's a proper innings, isn't it? I mean, the concentration's required, the fitness levels that are required. All right, it's not a red hot summer's day, but to be out there on your feet for 7-8 hours as it's been. They'll sleep well tonight.
Back onto strike and everybody sits on the edge of their seat again.
Well, do you think Middlesex are aware of it? I mean, modern players, they don't seem to be too sort of focused on records. I mean, I'm sure it must have got to someone out there in the middle, but if he's on 333, do you just put the field back and let him knock it in there for a one? I'm just wondering, because he'll do it in 4 balls time if the field stays the same as this.
Well, indeed. I mean, I was just saying that before you came on. It's one of those stats, surely, the 333 in Gooch, that surely everybody knows. It's just it's ingrained as part of the history of this ground, isn't it? And as you say, as you walk through the Grace Gates, it's up there. Not the modern cricketer, though.
I'd love to say, yeah, they'd all be aware of it, but I'd be lying.
330, 407 deliveries. History in his sights. Must be a single again though. 3-3-1. Yeah, I was pondering that. At what point the field comes up on the single? Do they come up on the 3-3-2? Do they come out back in with a couple of slips and?
Well, I don't think it'd be likely to go to slip. Well, you never know there, do you? All of a sudden you bring half a dozen players saving the one, then you try and dab it. You might do something silly like that down to third man and get an edge.
Another chance for the overs out. 2 away from equaling the record.
Well, one thing is sure that Sam Northeast will be aware of it.
Well, I was going to say before lunch, you know, the 250 to 300 from Northeast, or the 250 to 290, let's say, just before the interval, that was completely out of keeping with the rest of the innings when he really started to lay into the Middlesex attack. Oh, a bit wide. Sun comes out as well at Lord's. Date with destiny, perhaps, for Sam Northeast. He'll have the strike for the next over. 3-3-2. Sam Northeast, 611 for 3, Glamorgan. Yeah, when he went from the 250 to the 290, I was just thinking, you know, Ingram at the other end, someone in the dressing room as well. Say, look, skipper, yeah, you're playing selflessly here, but don't forget, this is Lord's. Triple century. There's a lot of time left in this game. You're not really eating into it. I actually harks back to the Pachara innings. I think we were together for it last year, and Pachara was actually quite slow about a big knock here for Sussex. Almost too slow. Well, they've been going at 4.5. They're back up at 4.5 again, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but that's because of Northeast, isn't it? Playing the shots that he's played. Yes, Ingram is obviously, he was scoring about run rate of about 50 at one point, wasn't he, for most of his innings, and now he's accelerated to 75. So he's really put his foot down in the last hour or so. Another change. So De Cares, who's had a bit of a walloping, he's off, and Brooks is back on.
Everybody back. And there it is. He moves level with Gooch. They'll think about the seconds. They'll settle on one. 333 for Sam Northeast. joint highest score at Lords.
Do you think they've been rushing around in the the people who do the notices on the scoreboard to get something together to say congratulations, or not?
You'd hope so. All the way through, you know, we were talking about it this morning, weren't we? As it starts to become apparent it was possible, you start to worry about jinxing it. But again, it's one of those stats at this point it becomes unavoidable, doesn't it? It's actually had the VHS of it, 333 and all that. It was called the title of the VHS.
So you want to get this bit of video right as well? Maybe I must watch on YouTube.
Oh, swatted away for 4 more. Ingram. Slapped away. Middlesex aren't going to bring up the fields for North East, which is interesting.
Yeah, you'd have thought they would have done that. I suppose the only thing that's doing is, I know he's not. He's coming over the wicket, but I'll leave it to you, Mr. Hand.
There it is, the record at Lords for Sam Northeast, 334 runs. He moves past Graham Gooch, raises his bat. He's well aware history is made at Lords. Gooch, he took a 64-year record from Jack Hobbs in 1926, and now 34 years later, Gooch's record against India, 333 and all that. Well, it's 334 and counting for Sam Northeast. A quite incredible knock by the skipper. 411 deliveries to do it. And his name is now ingrained in the history of Lords. Well, Gus, you were on the field. Well, I say you're on the field, you're on the balcony.
Yeah, I'd have been up there applauding like the Glamorgan players were just a minute ago, although saying that was in the home dressing room. But yeah, wonderful achievement. Congratulations, Sam Northeast. Yeah, I mean, how proud he must be. There's a pretty impressive list of people that have scored hundreds here, and to sit at the top of it is something spectacular. There's a lot of players who haven't got hundreds here, and when you go into the honours board in the visitors' dressing room, and I know this innings will not appear on that. There is no Tendulkar, there's no Lara, there's no Ponting, there's no Callis, there's no De Villiers, there's some great cricketers that have never scored 100 at Lords. So to actually sit here now with the highest score ever scored on this ground is a wonderful moment for him, a wonderful moment for Glamorgan, and I think that's the declaration.
Well, yeah, Sam Northeast's moment. I'm going to have to grill you on the emotions of the dressing room that day in 1990 in a moment, Gus, but Northeast and the applause to begin as everybody inside of Lords raises to their feet, all of the Middlesex bowlers, and there's some quality bowlers there running up to shake his hand as well. Roland Jones, all right, in latter years now. Bamber, who's been oh so impressive. Josh De Carey's, of course, the son of Michael Atherton, who walked out to bat with Graham Gooch that day. And he was on his way to 333. 335, the highest score by a batter in the history of Lords by Sam Northeast. 405 last year. This is up there, though. This is special.
Yep, that's a wonderful walk. One he'd love to sort of, I suppose, the way he's feeling now, you'd love to sort of bottle it and be able to sort of sprinkle it on yourself every now and then just to remind yourself of what you've achieved. But yeah, that walk off the field, raising your bat up those steps through the long room up to your dressing room, he must be feeling 10 foot tall, and rightly so. I mean, it's not, yes, it's been a pretty decent pitch, and we'll see how good a pitch it is in 10 minutes time when Middlesex come out to bat. But Middlesex missed some chances, but he looked in total composure. I mean, there wasn't a sort of an error against an unforced shot. I mean, the only mistakes he made were when he was trying to force the issue. He's carried on batting, accelerated at the right time, and taken his score, his side to an unbelievable total of 620 for 3. So, yeah, wonderful moment for Sam Northeast, and something that he will be, well, forever remembered for here at Lords.
Well, there it is. Look at that. I mean, that's going to be framed in the North East household for many years and generations, you'd think, to come.
I think it'll be framed at Savaga or the Swalek Stadium as well. I'm sure there'll be a scorecard of that going up somewhere within Glamorgan's home ground, and rightly so. Look at that stands, though. I mean, 16 for 1. Middlesex, I thought, right, we're going somewhere. 129 runs later, maybe we've got a chance now. 176 runs later, we're in a bit of trouble, and then I say it's just shy of a 299-run partnership has just absolutely destroyed Middlesex's bowlers yesterday afternoon and this morning.
I've got to take you back to 1990 when Gooch, you were in that dressing room when Gooch went to 300, when he reached he reached 270, 280, and Gooch's approaching 300. You're in a dressing room with some incredible players. Gone through the list of that lineup that were there. The emotion must have been huge.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't sort of remember being in there. I mean, obviously I remember the innings and remember. I suppose the one thing you do, because it would have been. Did he get it in? I can't remember whether he got it in the day 2 or whether it was day 3 that we're probably on in the second day. It was more dread that I've got to go out there and bowl on this pitch now, and it looked pretty flat. So whilst yes, you're there, and it's I mean, Graham Gooch was the greatest cricketer that I played with. Unbelievable sort of person to have around, and I say just so impressive in every sort of way. And I suppose our relationship was quite young then, because it was only my second summer within the England setup. Gooch had obviously taken us to the West Indies the winter before, and when you're over there in 1989-90 that you sort of realise what a great figure he is. So you're chuffed for him to get that, but I think you're also there thinking, well, now it's my turn to do my job. We've got to get out there and bowl. We've got to actually sort of try to do something to make sure that, again, the innings is remembered for the right reasons, and that's because it takes your side to a win.
To put the Gooch 333 into perspective, the highest previous score by an England batter at Lords was against Australia, Wally Hammond, 240 in 1938. The Australians had racked up a few. Don Bradman against England hits in 1930, 254. And then again 278 for the Australians against the MCC in 1938. Ponsford with the highest score by an international player at Lords, 1934, the Australians against the MCC, but the highest test score, well, it had been Smith, of course, then.
Yeah, Graham Smith.
Smith as the overseas, yeah, it was 259, but the highest by England prior to that was Hammond's, but yeah, 333, and then going past Hobbs's 316. I suppose once you'd gone past the 300, the Hobbs
actually,
probably
the one thing I remember when you listened to Graham Gooch talk about it, because Mickey Stewart was the England manager then, and I think Mickey Stewart gave him a bit of a rollicking for throwing it away, i.e. for not sort of actually going for the 375s,
yeah,
which would have been, obviously, was Gary Sobers then, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, 365.
Yeah, 375 was Lara, wasn't it?
Yeah, so 36 for not actually going on to
Yeah,
365.
that, yeah.
So I don't think well, it wasn't a public sort of rollicking, that's for sure. But I think quietly behind the scenes, Mickey Stewart had said to Gooch, "You fool! You should have gone on and got." But Graham, that's the nature of the beast. He wasn't there for personal records. He was there to love scoring runs, and he loved the runs that he scored to prove to be for a win.
Similarly, Sam Northeast here. No, it isn't a test match, but nonetheless, there was a 350 in it for him. He scored 405 last year.
Well, no, 350 is irrelevant when you got the highest score at Lords, I would say. You're not going to get to 501 to beat Lara, are you?
Yeah.
But and you've got a 400 already, so you've got quite a good list of scores. And the nice thing is, there's a few people in as well. Must be a couple of thousand people in at Lords today, which is good to see. And the pavilion is, as it normally is, the most sort of densely packed area of the ground. So yeah, it'd have been a lovely walk back to the pavilion, and I'm sure there'd have been loud applause in the long room as he made his way through.
I was just about to say, that was the one bit that we didn't get to see. Was, I mean, obviously the return to the dressing room, but the long room as well. I wonder if there was a photographer inside there ready for for that shot, because you'd imagine that would have been a pretty special moment inside of the long room.
I just wonder, I mean, well, the thing is again, the hardest thing there is you're up there, all that emotion. Now you've got to come out and captain as well. So when the physical or demands that you've put your body through start to sort of hit you on the field, you might sort of slip off for a sleep sometime this afternoon and let someone else captain for half an hour or so.
Well, and of course it's a pretty perilous passage of play, it has to be said, for Middlesex about to unfold. They've got an hour till tea.
Well, it is, and again, so often in these sort of situations, for one side, it just pitches. I've played on a lot of pitches when it seemed to be against the West Indies, where the nature of the pitch seemed to change in the 10-minute interval between innings, and that had something to do with the quality of bowlers. But equally, you've got to bat for such a long time here to make any sort of dent in 600 runs. You can get to 200 without loss, and you're still 400 away. You still need another 250 to avoid the fall. I mean, it's a daunting thing emotionally, and I say that's going to be the challenge now for Middlesex, to be positive in everything that they do, and to make sure that you try. I mean,
and of course that's why they've returned to Division 2. Of course, is the struggle with the bat in the last couple of years.
Well, yeah. I mean, saying that, I mean, promotion to Division 1 was on the back of a good batting summer. So 2022 was a good summer for Middlesex with the bat, but 2023 was poor. We know that, and yeah, they've got a. Well, everybody said the new ball is quite difficult, or not I say difficult. The new ball does a little bit, this Kookaburra, but once it gets 15, 20 overs old, it seems to be quite hard to make something happen, and that's certainly proven the case for Middlesex with the ball. It's important that Stowman and Robson, is Robson opening the batting?
He is, yeah. He was off the field a bit there, wasn't he? In that innings. There he is, Sam Robson. He's taken a painkiller. He took a blow on the thumb, but as I understand, it's fine. So
there's two experienced batters there. Mark Stowman's not had the best of pre-seasons. Sam Robson spent a little bit more time in the crease, but those two have got a huge task ahead of them now, which is to try to blunt this, I suppose, wave of euphoria that is there with Glamorgan. There'll just be a huge momentum behind everything they do for the next hour, for the next couple 2 or 3 hours really.
Mir Hamza, James Harris.
Yep, James Harris will be up there, skiddy, full, give him some balls to hit, but he'll produce the odd Jaffa as he always does. So yeah, they're going to challenge Middlesex, and Middlesex got to be up to it.
And there's a horrible echo. I know you're going to clip me around the ear about it, but Middlesex started badly with the ball against Essex last year, and then it got a little bit worse with the bat.
Well, wasn't there someone sort of said behind us, "Oh, we're well in this," and that's the line, "We're well in this, having bowled Essex out," and then I sort of said, "Hang on, let's just wait till both sides have batted," and we were 4 for 0, weren't we? Was it 4 for 4 or 4 for 4?
4 for 4 it was, with 6 noughts in a row. The 4 runs had come via 2 no balls.
That's right.
But there we go. Here they come out to field. I was just trying to see. I may have missed him in shot there. Sam Northeast on his way out to the middle. So there's the man of the moment with the ball for Glamorgan, Mir Hamza, who has a fabulous first-class record. Pakistan international. So a couple of seasons back, Middlesex had a certain Pakistan international ripping through top orders, including that of Glamorgan down at the Swale.
Yeah, he made a huge Shaheen. Got the main batsman. He got Labuschagne. I think Labuschagne was playing for Glamorgan, and he got him out in both innings, didn't he?
Yeah, Labuschagne was his bunny at that time. Was the thing online, wasn't it? He kept on getting him. In fact, funnily enough, Labuschagne played Shaheen really well that day down at Cardiff, and it was Roland Jones and Helm that were bowling out of their skins that day against Labuschagne, but just couldn't get him. And then, of course, the man who picks him up, I think he chopped on actually, Labuschagne that day against Shaheen, but he'd played him quite nicely up to that point. But yeah, here we go. There's an international feel about this one. Hamza to Robson.
And the one dressing room excited, one nervous.
Oh, goodness me. Well, out of the hand, you'd have fancied that was shaping in from Hamza. Holds its line.
Just want to see what happened there. It swung after the bat, didn't it? For a moment I thought he'd nicked it by the way that the ball deviated after it went past the batter, but Robson well away from it.
When I watch left-armers bowl here at Lords, this is the end that I always feel they carry a little bit more thread as well. Hamza's running in from the nursery end. Leg side with that one, and Middlesex and Robson are off the mark for the season with a boundary. That'll feel a little bit better.
Yep, wondering where they come from. Nice little leg glance for 4. Strong air for Robson. But again, suggestions a little bit of swing there for Hamza, which will be something that we didn't see the Middlesex bowlers get whilst out there. Yeah, it's interesting when you say that about left-arm seamers bowling from this end. You almost felt that most of the time they used to bowl from the pavilion end because you've got the slope there, move the ball into a right-handed batsman, sort of natural angle across. I can't remember which end Trent Bowl would bowl from. Shaheen bowled.
Shaheen bowled from the pavilion end in his time with Middlesex. James Franklin often bowled from that end as well. I'm just trying to think of the left armers over the years. I think Ryan Sidebottom. We used to have a few goes from the nursery end. I always enjoyed watching him. Just thinking of the couple of tussles in 2015 and 2016 here. But it was much like that first ball that Hamza bowled. Out of the hand, you're thinking, is he going to swing it back in? Boom, hits the slope and away it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I always sort of think at Lords, the knack if you can move the ball away from the slope. So obviously the slope, as we're looking at it on the TV screen in front of you there, is going from right to left. And it's quite a noticeable slope that sort of will mean that the ball naturally moves down away from Sam Robson as he stands there. But if you can nip the ball, so therefore you almost think, right, if the ball's on off stump and it's going to carry on, I can safely leave it, like we see there. But if you can move the ball up that slope, and that's what I think one of Tim Murtaugh's skills was, the fact that he naturally sort of took the ball down the slope, being an away swing bowler, but he also perfected the bond that sort of just nipped back slightly up, which really then you get a batsman in a real mix then, because if you nip one back then they're a bit more nervous about leaving it. And I remember Norman Cowans, who was a brilliant bowler for Middlesex too, he bowled from this end, very similar to Murtaugh in style, maybe just a little bit quicker. Well, no, Norman wasn't quick at the end of his career.
There you go. That's exactly what we're talking about there, because you kind of look at it and wonder, well, why is Robson getting drawn so far across? But there's that fear of the left arm of bringing it back up the slope for exactly that reason. In a rare lapse from Mercer, actually, I think he credited you and Richard Johnson with helping him be able to bring that ball back up the slope from the nursery end.
Well, I just think so. And again, I always think so, bowling from the pavilion is a line bowler's end, although I remember Dion Nash bowling beautifully for New Zealand. I think he got 10 or more wickets in a test match against England in the early 90s. And he consistently moved the ball up the slope. And I think Jimmy Anderson would prefer to bowl at the pavilion end too, because again, if you can get the ball to go straight instead of nip it, all of a sudden batsmen batting from the pavilion end are always nervous about the ball, right-handers anyway, about the ball coming down the slope, and therefore push at balls they could leave alone and end up nicking the ball to slipper stuff. So first over safely got through.
Mercer, they're saying that obviously yourself and John had helped him a lot to work, particularly on seaming the ball. Who had the biggest impacts on you as a seamer when you came into the side?
I mean, the coaching aspect. Oh, another left arm.
So I was thinking you were going to say Don, but
the coaching aspect wasn't sort of as, I'd say, demonstrative or as present, or as sort of, you felt it was as strongly present there. I mean, Don was very good in the way that Dominic was more of a mentor as much as anything, sort of your attitude, your outlook, and respecting the game. I always the best. I mean, worked with England with Jeff Arnold, Graham Dilley, Bob Cottam, Peter Lever. The best bowling coach I worked with was Jeff Arnold. He's a great bowling coach. I mean, miserable dour, grumpy, batter hating, sort of run begrudging. So right up my street. Yeah, absolutely. And it's probably outlook probably influenced me undoubtedly. But he was just very. No, Jeff Arnold was a great man. It was just. Who was it? It's because his nickname was Horse, wasn't it? And I remember Tuffer saying, "Why's he called Horse? What's his nick? Why's he called Horse? Why's he got that? GG." Oh, right, I got you. GG. There's GG Arnold. But no, he was a outstanding bowling coach, Jeff Arnold. Well, he still is. I mean, still sort of England have been using him for years.
So the other left armour, Hamza would have had choice of ends here, of course. On this, Jamie McElroy, 29 years of its 30 in June. Jamie McElroy with 12 first-class games to his name.
Hereford.
Yep. MCC young cricketer. Must have seen him over the years then in the Middlesex time, I guess, just in the nets.
It's going to be a nervous time for Mark Stowman, sort of just coming back to Middlesex. Sam Robson. Mark Stowman's had a difficult pre-season. Not really got going, and again, whilst you might sort of say it's a placid pitch and just your tentative nature when you've not been finding the boundary, you push it a ball and you nick it, whereas when you're confident you make that stronger, more positive movement and you hit it.
Yeah, still 17 overs to go until tea here. It's a lengthy little passage. But it's equally a start though, isn't it, for a pair of them? Something you can get your teeth into.
I was chuckling. Played a couple of good shots, Stowman, straight at the fielder, a yard either side, and bang, you're often feeling a lot better yourself. But
yeah, I mean, there's a bit of chatter about that. I hadn't really picked up on it that coming into the season he hadn't scored many runs, but and another one. Well, that will be frustrating. End of the second, 6 without loss. I was just about to say, Adam Gilchrist, when you brought Gilchrist to Middlesex, didn't you? That was in your time, wasn't it? Gilchrist and Warner that year?
yes.
Yeah, I remember Gilchrist coming up here and doing a bit with me and, talking about form, and he said, look, just one out of the middle of the bat, and that's form.
Well, that's true. I mean, actually, to be fair, there's a couple of strokes there that Stowman will be happy that he's hit them crisply. Yes, he's hit the fielder, but and it would have been nice to have gone either side and him to got a couple of twos or a 4 and a 2, but he's been around long enough. He's been here often enough, hasn't he? Sort of a long, very successful career with Durham, Surrey, and with Middlesex.
But, when I kind of heard him mumble about it, Stowman hasn't really scored any runs, but from a management perspective, you don't drop Mark Stowman because he hasn't scored runs in pre-season. If he has a slow start to the season, you drop him. You do that, then all of a sudden you're building huge pressure when he comes back into the side. Whereas one game here, one out of the middle of the bat, and all of a sudden pre-season's forgotten, isn't it? Yeah,
but equally you've got to be fair. Well, not you've got to be fair. You will be fair, and if there've been some youngster so Nathan Fernandez, who's
lovely shot. Classic Robson, full face of the bat, just offers it. That's Robson when he's at his best, really, isn't it?
Lovely extra cover drive. He'll feel better for that. But I'd say, just going back to that, I mean, Nathan Fernandez has played quite well. He's not an opener, but he's been certainly challenging for a place in this side on what he's done in pre-season. And if he'd have got 100 and 150 or a couple of big scores, then who knows? I mean, when you're in that situation, it's obviously Mark Stowman's got tens of thousands of runs behind him in his career, but you've also got to perform.
He's just finding a spot there against Robson that he likes. Ooh and an R from the fields. Hamza, it's extraordinary. 5 tests for Pakistan. Average of 22 in first-class cricket. 400 scalps. Spot again. 32 in September, Mir Hamza. Yeah, 5 tests.
So he was born in 1992, was he? Well, no, just because I'm looking at the number on his back.
Oh yeah.
I wonder, I was sure the previous bowler, I wondered, oh, he's got 92. But that was the year he was bowled. I didn't realise he was that old, actually.
No, indeed. Well, just the 5 tests, but then again, that's just a mark, really, of Pakistan's seam resources.
Yeah, Pakistan have produced a magnificent fast bowler as well, and they continue to. Cricket's such a huge part of the culture there.
I always wondered, Pakistan were always able to churn out incredible seamers, weren't they? Perhaps even more so than India. You kind of thought of the seam, the swing, the bowlers from Pakistan. India at the moment, obviously, churning out everything, aren't they?
Well, I suppose it is. It's what are the heroes? Who are the heroes? And shot, single, a bit of fielding. But who are the heroes? Who are the role models? Who are the youngsters looking to bowl like? And all right, you could argue Safrad Nawaz, Imran Khan would have probably inspired Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis, and then you've got those two who are two of the all-time greats. So that legend is then grown, and they've had some fantastic sort of seamers since, and just that production line have been, so all the youngsters and the big strong men, a lot of the sort of up in the north of Pakistan, up in the Punjab sort of area, the big strong men who want to bowl fast, and you've got to, and that's the game that they want to play. You've got a little cocktail of ingredients there that sort of suggests you're going to find some fast bowlers.
Yeah, and that probably is the best answer I've ever heard to it, actually, in terms of, is that inspiration? Because India then had a period of relentless spin,
exactly, and India's and then India took the decision, didn't they, to really invest in a fast bowling program. Dennis Lilly fronted it to begin with, and I think Glenn McGrath's involved now, and yeah, they suddenly sort of, all right, Kapil Dev was a wonderful, not fast bowler, but a wonderful bowler. Then, Srinath, he was a good bowler. You got Zahir Khan, and there was Nehru, wasn't there? I can't remember his first name. Was it Nehru? It was 2 left-arm seamers, didn't they have Zahir Khan and Nehru? And Srinath, who was a fine bowler, he was. And now you sort of come to this bunch of bowlers which are fantastic. Shami, Bumrah, Siraj. I mean, they've had a lot of Sharma. They've had some outstanding, and it's now fashionable to be a fast bowler in India, which is why that sort of production line will undoubtedly continue. I mean, Bumrah is just, he's the best bowler in the world, isn't he, in probably all formats. I mean, he's just a magnificent fast bowler.
That's a lovely ball.
But a magnificent fast bowler with a unique way of doing it. Again, it's not coached, is it? It's something that he's just developed, where he was brought up. And yeah, you watch him bowl at times, and it's poetry, isn't it?
It is. No, it's an astonishing side that India have at the moment. When you think of that Test series, obviously India did it without Kohli.
Without Rahul, isn't it? Rahul? Is it Rahul?
Yeah. Was it Bumrah missed a couple as well? Did he miss a couple?
He was rested in one. He
Yeah.
rested for one. But Shami wasn't available, and he's a crackerjack. He is. I mean, he's one of the most unlucky bowlers I've ever seen. I mean, beats the bat hour after hour after hour. Then he had a brilliant World Cup, didn't he? Got loads of wickets in the World Cup.
I actually really enjoyed this World Cup. I must say, there's obviously criticism in recent years, and this one, the length of it. But I must say, I thought this was quite a spectacle.
I thought it was quite funny because not because England were doing badly, not at all. But England were doing badly, but therefore it's a rubbish tournament. It's and you sort of think, well, yeah, all right, there's 50 million, 55, 60 million people over here who are not enjoying, but there's probably 1.5 billion people around the world that are having a great time. So
I actually worked on the World Cup final from here, and it was incredible to be part of.
Yeah. So we get very sort of insular here, don't we? No, because we're not doing well, it's a load of rubbish and it's a waste of time, and why don't they rack it off? I don't think they were saying that in India when they were billions of people watching TVs around the country every night.
That's it. I mean, I hold my hands up and say maybe it was because I was working on it that I enjoyed it even more, but it was incredible. It was engrossing, and obviously the T20 World Cup this summer now is mouth-watering as well.
Well, I mean, I covered 2 World Cups for the independent newspaper when I was a journalist, and it sounds very unpatriotic, but it was a lot nicer when England were out.
Yeah.
Because
think about the cricket.
Well, you can just watch the cricket for the cricket rather than the merry-go-round and all the sort of flim-flam that surrounds sort of the England team and who's doing this, who said that, what's happening there. It's sort of heard a bit of gossip that so-and-so's not having. It's like, oh dear. But it's sort of
Sideshows.
the irrelevant, the sideshow disappears, and you can just watch cricket and enjoy cricket for the sake of it, which is really nice to do.
Yeah, that was my experience of the Cricket World Cup. But this is the man that got us all onto it. Hamza, we're talking about seamers and quicks. He's landed them nicely so far.
He's off. Not the cleanest of strokes, but he's in the scorebook.
Angle bat over the ball in position.
And this will be a real challenge for Stowman. And again, it's something that you'll probably notice as we go through the summer, is that, and it happened last year, bowlers straight away around the wicket to him, believing that that's a weakness. Well, it has been a weakness because it's how he's got out. But then the challenge for you as a batter is to go away in the winter and work at it and try to eliminate that weakness. You can sort of, not that I know what he's been doing, but you sort of think you nick the ball, or you sort of edge the ball a lot, trying to be a bit further across to sort of get a sort of cover that movement, and then you LBW and you sort of end up going around in circles as a batter, trying to sort of find a way through it all.
Batting can be a funny one as well. Sometimes you just need to step away, don't you? I'm not sure it's quite the same with bowling, where you need the rhythm. But sometimes you can almost go too often into the nets, can't you, and try and work on something, you're overcomplicating it for yourself.
Yes, and it's a balance, isn't it? I mean, I know Middlesex are sort of changing their sort of preparations this summer. They've sort of, again, to start the season, I mean, people sort of say, well, you're only playing a 4-day game, your bowlers have got your feet up now for 2.5 days, which can't be that hard, but it's the sort of emotional fatigue as well as the physical fatigue of turning up and sitting there nervously watching in a dressing room, or sort of being involved in matches. And then you've got 3 days off, but it's not 3 days off. I mean, you sort of finish, if you finish on the 4th day, your mind immediately starts going forward to the next game. So, all right, you might have 1 day off, then you've got practice day, then you've got travel day, practice day, and bang, another 4 days cricket. And it's, I mean, I'm not looking for sympathy, because it's a really good existence and it's a fantastic way to earn a living, but it is tiring. But Middlesex this year, in an attempt to sort of give people a day off, because there are certainly some, and it's testament to their professionalism, and they want to practice, and Middlesex, his shortcomings as a batting unit have not been down to a lack of effort or practice by any means. And batters are sort of coming in trying to hit balls because they believe the only way I'm going to get better is hit balls, and you don't have any time off. So the Wednesday, if it's a Friday start, Wednesday will be a hard practice day, full training session, and then Thursday's a day off, just so that get away from cricket, try and do something different. Don't want to see you at Lord's, or don't want to see you at the ground. I mean, and that's the way they want to do it, just so that you're not just emotionally shattered sort of 6 weeks into the season, because every living moment has been, for the past 6 weeks, has been either been at a cricket ground or thinking about a cricket ground or travelling to a cricket ground.
It's even, even with the golf thing, I've found sometimes you just go away for a week, just leave it, just go away for a week, and you actually come back a week later, and it's actually a little bit easier. And often with batting as a clubby, I used to find that as well, that actually if you're really in a rut, just put the bat down and go away from it for a little while. The more you go into the net, the more you're tensing up with it, the more you're overthinking it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And you've got to try and find the balance. I bowled a lot because I did. I mean,
but I think bowling's different. I found that,
in what respect?
the rhythm.
Yeah, but I suppose you can find it. You're searching for a rhythm, or it's timing, isn't it? It's a sensation bowling. It's sort of
First full stroke.
always along the ground, thick outside edge. I think that's gonna just beat the fielder. Yep, 4 more runs. So third boundary for Sam Robson, moves on to 13.
603 behind.
Well, yeah, exactly. I know. You'll be doing that calculation a lot, won't you? I think the first one is, what is it? 453 behind the follow-on.
Yeah.
453 runs to avoid. That's a day and a half's work, isn't it? Day and a half of batting, so yeah. So Middlesex will probably need to still be batting at the close of play tomorrow in their first innings to avoid the follow-on. That shows you the size of the task, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And between then and there will be 142 overs, which is 1,200 balls. So you've got to get through 1,200 balls probably to. That's how my stupid mind works.
Change of attack from
4
McRoy
more.
around the wicket. Yeah, 4 runs. I'm not quite sure.
Good shot by Robson, that, to be fair. Just saw it in the Middlesex innings to north-east a lot. Just get on the hip there and he just clips it away. I suppose it shows something about the pace of the pitch. The fact that you're allowed to. That was a bit straight there, wasn't it? It was a bit straighter than I thought there, but Robson manoeuvring the ball through mid-wicket.
It's just about to say, I'm not too sure about that line of attack around the wicket, but I do seem to remember Shane Sharfreedy coming left arm around from the pavilion end. And
Well, I tell
producing
you,
an
you bowled
absolute
really well in a high-scoring match and put Middlesex under some pressure, but they managed to get out of it. For Sussex, who was it? Curry?
Yes, it was, yeah.
He bowled really well, and I think he came around the wicket a little bit, almost angling it in, and then got it to swing away a bit sort of like your Wakar Yunus type. Sorry, Wasim Akram. Sort of round the wicket, angled in, and then just holding its line.
Alan Coleman was on with me at the time, I think, actually, and I remember saying to him, I don't think he's got a contract with Sussex at the moment, does he, Alan? He does now. But yeah, left armers at Lords do seem to enjoy the slope from one end to the other.
There's a little left-handed lad staying with us at the moment. We got Sven Koenig during the winter sent us a little video of a young bowler that's playing for Bishop School in South Africa, in Cape Town. He's got a British passport. I think he was born in England actually. Tian Low plays for Bishop School. 17, and they've sort of said, well, if he wants to come over, then come over, and he's been bowling at the players in the nets and stuff. So he had a little bowl out there at lunchtime, left arm seamer.
Oh, actually, I did see somebody out there at lunch left arm, yeah.
But it's just variety. Everybody's looking for variety. Again, you might sort of say Middlesex's attack 4 right arm seamers, 5 right arm seamers. Where's the variation come from? And all right, your left arm seamer's got to be worthy of a place. You don't just stick a left arm seamer in because you want variety. They've got to be capable of producing something. But if you've got a couple of left arm seamers in your staff as well as right arms, it does make a huge difference.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do we get carried away with that sometimes with variety? Because, certainly as Glamorgan were racking up the runs here, I kept on looking at the Glamorgan scorecard and thinking, they've got that bit of variety, haven't they, with Mir Hamza? It's not just variety, it's sheer class, isn't it?
But I mean, variety comes in all shapes and sizes, doesn't it? So there's variety between Tom Helm and Tim Murtagh. One's 6'6", the other's 6 foot. I mean, actually, Murtagh's a bit taller than you think, but the trajectory, left arm is right. I mean, but equally, West Indies attack of the 90s or the 80s didn't have a lot of variety. It was all right arm, but it was right arm fast.
Well, exactly, yeah.
And very, very good. So I think the biggest is the quality.
If I'm watching Sri Lanka's Pathirana in the winter as well, saw him on a couple of
Yeah,
tours.
no, again, yeah. And that's the, I mean, Tian, who says he's over here for a week and he's staying with myself, well, staying at our house. And a young lad, there's a young, I can't remember his name, a young black left arm seamer who played in the Under-19 World Cup for South Africa, bowled at 140k. He's now in the IPL, so I think he's 17 or 18, and he's just phenomenal potential he is.
It's nicely done. Just a little bit of confidence growing.
Well, you hope so. You hope so. Again, I'll say it's not a chance. It's all the way along the ground down to 4. But say Stowman's runs have come behind square. Robson's obviously runs to date, apart from the. Well, actually saying that there's a leg loss, but they've been more controlled, haven't they? But no, Stowman has still got quite. We have to be out there for quite a while before he's right. I'm moving. He'll still be desperate to. Well, they'll be desperate to bat for as long as they can.
Yeah, Pathirana, it's uncanny how similar his action is to Malinga's. Slinging the ball, he talks about, who do people grow up watching? No doubt who influenced him.
Well, it's true. And where did Malinga's come from? I mean, he played beach cricket. You think about it. Low skiddy, harder to ding on the surf, and the cricket used to play there, and find that that's an effective way of playing it. Someone models themselves on it, don't they? But it's equally a bit where you grow up. I mean, Bumrah's run up and everything was just because that was the length of the yard, wasn't it, that he used to play in? So he had to squeeze it all into a 15-yard run up, and he squeezes a lot into a 15. Doesn't even stuttering and stopping. You'd thought, who's coached that? And then bang, he hits the crease and it's down there, high 80s, zipping everywhere. But I think you are. I mean, it's like, I remember Jeff Boycott, there was a video on Jeff Boycott and sort of where his strong scoring areas were, and that was where in the sort of backyard, sort of Yorkshire sort of streets, you got value for hitting the ball straight and through backward point, because they were the holes. So therefore they're the shots that you look to play, and that's where you get strong.
Listen to a piece that just mentioned backyard cricket that made me think about. I was listening to a piece of Roland Butcher, who was on earlier, about when he first moved to England, and he couldn't understand how cricket wasn't played in the streets everywhere as it was, where he grew up in Barbados. In every street corner there was a cricket match, and then he moved to England. It was a culture shock. He couldn't really find cricket anywhere. You mentioned the backyards.
Well, you sort of, I mean, all right, people sort of say, well, why did I have the angle run up that I had? And all right, maybe got a bit more accentuated as I got older, and because you probably get a bit stiff around the, and therefore you're sort of, by coming at an angle, you're naturally sort of getting a bit more twist in your body, as rather than when you're young and you're sort of more elastic and whippy. But we played a lot of cricket in the road. There was a verge. There was sort of 2 trees. There was a grass verge that was probably about 4 feet wide on one side of the road. No cars then, or very few cars, because people didn't have 2 or 3 cars. So there was space to play on the road. There was trees probably at each end. There was a tree sort of at each end, and we used to be playing in front of the tree, so have stumps at one end, and one tree in the umpire's position, and the other tree was sort of in the wicket-keeper's position, just behind the stumps you'd put in. And because the narrow, you come in, you do your run up on the road, and then skip in onto the grass right at the end and bowl and then get off type of thing. So you're going up the curb to bowl. So was that one of the reasons why I ran in at an angle, just because that's what you did when you were 8, 9, 12-year-old playing in the street with your brother and your mates?
Some welcome news from the government the other day, 35 million being pumped into state school
that's
cricket.
fantastic news, isn't it? And I loved it. I mean, they're talking about these sort of indoor centres, aren't they? There's a couple of them been developed up in, one in, I think, is Bradford, and another in Luton that they've put up. And it's almost like putting it's not an indoor school like you'd think, the one at Lord's or the one that Middlesex have got at Finchley. But certainly a construction you put over a bank of 4 or 5 artificial nets, and it suddenly becomes a facility that you can use 12 months of the year then. So it's fantastic news, yeah.
I mean, over the winter.
And again, it's very much aimed at sort of the deprived sort of areas, and sort of sitting here now with my Middlesex in the community atom, which is obviously where my focus is. There's certainly some places where I think we'd be looking to see whether we can get some support for ideas. Yeah.
I mean, we were together not so long ago for an event at City Hall, weren't we? And that was talking about was getting cricket into state school and to kids that just don't have access to the game. Stops.
And every time he's played a good shot,
yeah,
it's bang straight at the fielder.
But yeah, that 35 million. I assume whether you had notice of it before or not, but set up and took notice when it was announced, because it is something that the counties would be delighted to hear.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
No real alarm bells just yet for the Middlesex openers as we think back. I'm not getting carried away, don't worry. But
tempting fate.
Well, we did our best to be fair to tempt fate on the 333. Yes. We talked through every angle of that. It didn't buy Middlesex a wicket. Yeah, it was. How many times have you been there? And as that one stopped slightly on Stowman, didn't it? But how many times have we been there over the years? It's like, don't talk about it. He's not there yet. Once he gets there, talk about it. But with this one, with North East, you couldn't not talk about it.
No, well, you're not nervous watching the opposition batters bat, are you? Because and I'm not as nervous now watching Middlesex bat, because you're not as directly involved. But obviously, you want to see everybody do well.
Someone I haven't seen yet is Gat, actually. I saw him the first morning, I think, out there for the toss. In the middle, a bit of luck, but
yeah, he was.
Him yet?
No, only again when I went back to my office, sort of at the back of the pavilion, he was there chatting with a couple of people in the sort of an area just outside my office. Easily recognisable figure.
Gassie's now chair of the Professional Cricket Committee. I bet glad he didn't have that position when you were a director of cricket. He'd been here every day, wouldn't he?
Been some arguments, that's for sure. don't know who'd have won that one. I mean, I'm used to
I was
sort
gonna
of.
say, you've had a better
well,
chance.
so most of my career, I had to do what Gat told me, but
Yeah,
he might be chair of the committee, but I would have been MD of cricket, so I think I'd
you could
probably.
have pulled rank.
Well, I just said, Gat, you can have your Uber. I'm not listening to it. And see how that went down. Okay. That sort of little finger pointing at me again, as he did on numerous occasions, telling me what I should or shouldn't be doing.
It's so funny because Roland Butcher was up here yesterday. He was just talking about how supportive Mike Gaston was. Like, I couldn't have asked for a better captain. He was so supportive. He was brilliant for me, Gat.
Well, yeah.
Slightly different for the bowlers.
No. I mean, I poke fun at Gat. He was the best captain I played under.
Well, I was going to say, we all talk about Mike Brilliant quite rightly as England's best captain, but Mike Gaston, he was an incredible cricket captain, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, his style of management was different. It wasn't everybody's cup of tea. It was quite confrontational and pretty robust in the way that he addressed situations, as you can imagine. But he led by example, that is for sure. I mean, he was a tough, relentless run scorer and expected had high expectations of things. But he all right, he had a very good attack, two very good attacks really. When we won the championship quite a few times in the late 80s and early 90s. But he had that knack of making decisions and things happened. And that's a sort of a good captain, isn't it? They sort of, I don't know, you just have a feel, don't you, for a situation of, well, wouldn't it be interesting if he comes on as a bowler and I'll try this and do that. And it was amazing how many times those things happen. But equally, it's a bit easier to make something happen when you're tossing the ball to John Embry, Phil Edmonds, Philip Tufnell, Norman Cowans, Wayne Daniel, people like that, who aren't going to bowl that many bad balls. So but he created a very, I don't know, it's funny, I don't know how opposition view you, because you don't talk about the opposition or how they viewed Middlesex and what they thought of Middlesex, but we were hard, uncompromising team to play against under Gat, as you'd imagine. There's no sort of sentiment or anything like that. It was sides down, you actually nail them completely, and there was a mentality that went through the group, and it was an environment where people said what they thought, and a lot of the things that were said were against Gat, and people would be arguing with Gat and telling Gat what they thought of him in the dressing room. And all credit to Gat, he turned up the next day and nothing had happened. There was never a grudge held, and it was sort of very grown up in a way. I mean, I'm sure there'd have been some conversations and things that happened might be reported now for if you're looking at a sort of an office environment, but it's sport and emotion is there, isn't it? And that doesn't mean it's forgivable. It just means that things do happen. Things are said.
Well, I mean, the over 10 bowls here, 25 of that. I saw, we take it lightly, but it was an incredible couple of decades, wasn't it? The 80s and 90s for Middlesex.
It was, and I mean, I think Middlesex had even post before the success had an excellent side change of bowling. Mr. Harris is on. Well, he's gone for he's accepted his fate.
What do you mean?
Well, he was always, when he was at Middlesex, he was always sort of clutching onto the head of hair, wasn't he? Clutching onto a sort of hair. He's got an upside down head now, hasn't he? With a more densely beard than on the top. Great man, James Harris.
He's one of those players. Who were we talking about? I think it was either is it Roland Butcher or was it Ricky Alcock who was up the other day? We were talking about playing as a 16, 17-year-old. Of course, Harris is the one I remember when he took the 5 for as a 16-year-old, still doing his GCSEs. Swansea, I think.
Well, he got a 5 for here when he was young against us. quite early on, so it'd have been probably 2010, something, 11. He's been a good cricketer, hasn't he? I mean, I suppose frustration is close to the England side when he joined Middlesex, and it never went on. I think people don't get things. Yeah, he's had some injuries, but people sometimes you don't get things right. He sort of went searching for a bit more pace, and I think, yeah, and in an attempt to do that, lost some of the things that he had, and he has been a sort of daisy bowler, isn't he? When you say daisy, some days he does, some days he doesn't, but some seasons he did and some he didn't. With us, I think he won Player of the Year 2 or 3 times at Middlesex, where he was magnificent, and then other years where he's sort of scratching around 10 or 15 wickets at 50 apiece, and the sort of contrast was huge, wasn't it, between when you got him right and when he didn't get it right.
He ran up this hill and took 9 for one day, didn't he? Yeah. It's Durham.
Yes, it was, yeah.
It's a little bit in the air for him from the nursery end here.
And it was 9 good wickets as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they were good players as well. Collingwood.
He was running headlong into
probably Stowman as well.
A storm force wind, wasn't he? There was a
yeah.
storm batter in the country that weekend, or that week, and he was running headlong into it as he is now. That was, speaking of northeasts doing what he did today, that was what best post-war figures at Lords by Harris that day. And as he was quickly reminded by the bowling coach, as he was at the time when he re-entered the dressing room, you have to be a good bowler to take all 10. Second best bowling figures by a Middlesex bowler post-war. Away at any grounds after 10 for 45 at Derbyshire.
It was, I think, yeah, something like that.
Richard Johnson. Was that another Gat story?
It is, yeah. I was just going to. It's Gat in the. So Mark Feltham, who used to play for Middlesex, really good bloke, funny bloke, good cricketer as well, all rounder. Sort of, never really sort of won games on his own, if you see what I mean. Never sort of got 7-fers and stuff like that, but sort of chipped away with 2s and 3s, and always sort of feeling himself a bit unlucky not to be taking wickets. And so Jono had 8 or 9 and in a row, so he's got 8 of the first 8 or 9 of the first 9, and he's told Phelps not to try and take a wicket. So Phelps has gone, why? He said, all my career you've been rollicking me because I haven't taken wickets and not looking to take wickets, and now you're turning around and telling me not to take wickets. Almost threw the ball back at him.
What was it? Just keep it outside off. Don't take the wicket.
I wasn't playing actually. I was boy played for England on that day, so I did it happen. Well, no, no, but yeah, I was away with England and obviously followed it on CFAX as it would have been then, and no doubt spoke to Jono that evening. Double change. Miles.
I was going to say, it was to listen to the commentary in those days, you had to dial the phone number, didn't you?
That's right, there was a...
To listen to David Townsend.
God, even to go...
50p a minute.
Yeah. No comment.
50p a minute, what would that be worth now? Mid-1990s. Call up, listen to... Club call it was called, isn't it? Cricket call.
30 quid an hour. Blimey, it sort of adds up, doesn't it? 6 hours, 180 quid a day. You'd be saying, get through them overs. Slow over rate. Yeah, you look back at sort of things that were progressive then, and you think how naive they appear, don't they, now, when you watch the way that... It's been interesting, actually, how cricket coverage has changed completely, flipped round. shot. That'll give Stowman a bit more confidence. Nice little punch through the leg side. Assume they'll come back for 3. Yep. 3 good runs. Middlesex on to 31. So just a small matter of try to work my maths out. Yeah. 440 to avoid the follow-on. But yeah, sort of in those days, sort of most games were sort of 200 or 300 words in newspapers. So Times, Telegraph, Independent, Guardian would have cricket reports, 200 or 300 words. You'd have maybe a sort of roundup in the tabloids. So the coverage, scorecards. Oh dear.
Well run.
Yeah, I say. I think Sam Robson thought that was going through. Scorecards in the papers every day, but nothing on radio. I mean, when you actually thought a game was being covered on radio or TV, you thought that was quite glamorous, actually. That was a big game for you. And now, obviously, it's flipped around that the best coverage is here. Streaming, radio commentary on every game. Sometimes championship matches live on Sky. And very little in the newspapers.
Yeah, it is a digital service now, isn't it, for the championship? It's a funny one, isn't it? Because with T20 as well, you've got to go in a minute. Sorry, I'm nattering away. With T20 as well, it doesn't make good. It's not a great newspaper. It's not a great report, is it? T20. It's a spectacle rather than something you read about.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it doesn't ebb and flow, does it? You can't talk about sort of the way that a batter has sort of soaked up some pressure and got stuck in and thoroughly deserved it, survived a couple of chances. Well, we hit that one for 6, hit another one for 4 and walked off. He got splattered around. And I suppose that, I mean, whilst everything everybody appreciates, although there's a... yeah, it disappoints me in some way because it's not proper cricket. It's like 100, it's not proper cricket, T20, it's not proper... hang on, we've got to... What is cricket? Cricket's about someone... and we've got to sort of understand that cricket's change and what we think is cricket. We've got to sort of accept that what we... I mean, people playing street cricket is cricket. People playing in a cage is cricket. If a bowler's bowling at a ball and the batter's trying to hit it with a bat, that's cricket. It doesn't just have to be with whites and a red ball and it's going to last for 4 or 5 days. And I think people have got to sort of change their outlook for the benefit of the game, that this is the game. And we just want people playing cricket, which is in any shape or form, because it will just support it completely. But even so, and everybody sort of respects the fact that the 100 and well, I do anyway, the T20 sort of, and the positive things that they bring to the game, as well as the entertainment they provide. But your test match in your first class careers are still the most important to you because these are the challenges. I mean, there's huge skills playing short form game cricket, undoubtedly. The ability to hit the ball, some of the sort of ways that deception that bowlers show, but equally it's batters get out slogging. It's accepted. Bowlers go around the park. It's accepted. But when you've got 12 hours to bat, or 6 or 8 hours to bat, as North East has today and yesterday, you play a bad shot and you've wasted a lot of time. There's sort of the pressures are almost bigger because you've got more chance of doing something in first class cricket and test cricket, because as a batter you play a bad shot in a T20, well, that's what I'm supposed to do, it's accepted. Didn't get it right, so what, I'll get it right tomorrow. Whereas you play a poor shot here now, there's a long time to stew over it, and a lot sort of the poor bit of cricket seems to have a more long-term damaging effect, doesn't it?
I guess the player's perspective is probably the best way to sum up cricket where it is now. They love the short game because they love the fact that you have a full house, you have all the people. They love it, but then you ask, but what's most important? They'll still tell you it's this. Which do you love the most? I love it when there's a full house. It's a great feeling, isn't it? But then which one's most important to you? Well, this is, of course. That's probably the best balance, I suppose, is the actual players themselves.
I think because this is probably the most challenging. I mean, it's been challenging for Middlesex's bowlers for a day and a half. and that's the thing, that going round the park here 620 for 3 is a lot more damaging to you than maybe a side getting 220 for 6 in a T20, even though it's an equally disappointing performance as such. But this has been a long drawn-out one with.
That event we were at, NASA summed it up well. The way that it's always like I've always said it. If anybody asked me about a T20 last season, I can't remember. But then we can hark back to a championship game 5 years ago, and it sticks in the memory. But the T20 doesn't. That's not to undermine T20. It's a brilliant spectacle. But everything has its place at the moment, doesn't it? Anyway, you do need to go just before tea. Although if the wicket starts full now.
Oh, you're going to blame me?
Yeah.
Actually, there's a few overs. Well, 7 overs, isn't it? Go on, I'll leave you to it.
6 more now. Thanks, Gus. Good to have you with us. Much appreciated. Back to Miles, who picked up 3 for 53 in the second innings here for Warwickshire in an 8-wicket win last year. Middlesex was skittled for 121 in the first innings. Miles just picked up the 1. Davies bowled Miles for 11. Had 1 for 12 from 6 overs. Rushworth picked up a couple. Alan Dalby a 5 for. Middlesex were all done for 121. Warwickshire 315 in reply. And Middlesex 251. All out with Miles picking up Stowman, Davies and Cracknell. Stowman plays him nicely there. 11 from 33. And yeah, there was a little bit of chatter coming into the first morning, a toss. Stowman might have been scored any runs in pre-season. It surprised me because it seems from a management perspective, you try and manage a play, you almost build the pressure on your experienced pro by dropping them for that first game of the season and bringing them back in. It's an even greater pressure that builds second, third match when they come back in. There's just that one shot out of the middle. All of a sudden the feet are moving again. Everything's in place. The muscle memory's back. He scored 32 in that innings before he was caught Burgess off the bowling of Miles. 70 balls last year in the Middlesex second innings. Robson got 107, continuing his fine run against Warwickshire. But an 8-wicket win as they knocked off 58 to win. Tim Mercer had picked up a couple. 2 for 19 from 3 in the Warwickshire second innings. Just to give it something of a start. And he picked up 6 for 83 in the first innings. 8 for to sign off with for Mercer at Lords. Didn't play the match at Nottinghamshire. Red Knots won by 2 wickets, relegating Middlesex. Glorious scene at Lords. Picture perfect. And a lovely day for what has been a historic day, of course, here at Lords. Sam North East, if you've been away, just tuning in, breaking Graham Gooch's record. 333 scored in this game, 335 unbeaten for North East. Record that stood since 1990. East India here. Scored a century in the second innings. Graham Gooch. No pressure, Sam, and he goes out to bat again, second time around. Leg slip in place for Stowman now. Slip and a leg slip. Short mid-wicket. There's why. As if Stowman helps it on its way with the angle. End of the 14th, 5 to tea on day 2. Middlesex 32 without loss. Trail by a mere 588 now. Still on in place for Robson. And again, that goes back to what we were talking about all the way through the Glamorgan innings. Think of the dismissal of Carter driving to deploy at cover. Driving a harder, newer ball. Haven't played that soft ball for a while. Hitting it straight to cover. Pace of the Kookaburra on the surface. Not quite zipped through. Middlesex will now try and get through this first passage. Kookaburra goes soft, and all of a sudden it does become a very different game. As Middlesex's bowlers will not need reminding. It's a single for Robson down to long leg. And it's just a start, but it'll feel a little bit of a reprieve for the Middlesex bowlers that nobody from a Glamorgan perspective is running and all of a sudden started pulling up trees for the visiting county. It's a similarly hard toil. But that run rate 2.2, Middlesex will obviously be careful about their work. Billy Root went up to the top in absence of Eddie Byram. Scored at a good lick. He and North East going nearly a run and ball for their 50s. Let's be sharp. Goodness me, that was close. Well backed up. And by the reactions, to my naked eye as well, it suggests that would have been a big problem. Full mark Stowman. The throw coming in from Kieran Carlson at mid-off. Look at glance at scores elsewhere. There's obviously a big focus on this game. Sam North East's achievement here at Lord's, history made. But, close of play again at Derbyshire. It's Gloucester today. No play on day 2 again of that wet outfield. Every other game has got up and running and is underway at the moment. Oh no, Durham against Hampshire as well. One. There's no play, that one in Division 1. End of the over, 15 done here in the Middlesex first innings, 36 without loss, 4 overs till tea. So in Division 1, Kent, who stayed up by the skin of their teeth last year. Costa Middlesex, 218 for 7 against Somerset. Compton 32, Mieye 33, 54 for Finch, 52 unbeaten for Everson. 3 for Gregory. 2 for Aldridge, 1 apiece for Leonard and Renshaw. Lancashire 101 for 2 against Surrey. 40 for Wells. 44 Bohannon, who's not out, with Balderson now. Laws picking up Wells. Jennings was caught, bowled Lawrence for 11. Nottinghamshire replying to Essex's 253 at Trent Bridge. Essex chefless, of course. Elgar, not a bad replacement though. Scored 80. 84 for Cox. 253. Now around the wicket. Had something of a chance with the slope as well. Sliding down, says the umpire. Let's have a look. I mean, they'd go upstairs for sure. See how wide on the crease the delivery was. Pretty wide. It's not a bad shout. Oh dear. I've seen worse ones given. Yeah, Patterson 549 in that. Essex 253. A couple for James, a couple for Pennington. Knots in reply are 193 for 4. Hamid made 34. Duckett 21. Clark 59. Haynes 58. Those pair unbeaten at the moment. Came together with a score 100 for 4, so nearing a century stand. And the Midlands Derby. Worcestershire rattled up 360 at Edgbaston. Kashif with 110, Roderick with 68. Roderick, the bane of Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School, season or so back. Holder playing in that game, of course. He got 29 with the bat in the Worcestershire first innings. Wicketless so far in the Warwickshire innings, who 142 for 2. Yates bowled Leach for 26, and Davies caught Jones bowled Finch for 36. Nice shot. Goodness me, that was a lovely offering in the back of that from Robson. Might not get full reward for it. Harris giving chase. I've taken 2, but it felt nice. A little push. The Middlesex opener. Rhodes has 50, Barnard 24 in that 142 for 2 Warwickshire. So no play at Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire 289 for 7 at Sussex. Middlesex heading to Wantage Road next week. I'll get the second there. Rolling over it as Douthwaite. 92 for Proctor, 57 there. Zabe down the order with 36. McManus there now on 20. Finnan with him 289 for 7. Northamptonshire at Hove. Robinson in that attack, 1 for 46 from 19. Picked up Rob Keogh for 9. Seals, Hudson Prentice, Lamb, Carson Haynes. Skippered by the wicket-keeper John Simpson. And the last game to tell you of, Leicestershire 292 for 8 at Yorkshire. That's what that fielder's there for. Tumbling stop at more a leg gully now, just out of shot rather than the leg slip. Tumbling away. Colin Ingram denying Stowman the run. Robson will have strike on 24. Middlesex 40 without loss. Just finishing that scorecard, Leicestershire 292 for 8, 55 Mike, 30 Scriven. They're not out at the moment. Came together with a score on 215 for 8, so a really valuable 9th wicket stand there at Headingley for Leicestershire. Earlier in the innings, Harris 56. Opening up, Marcus Harris. Pete Hanscom 26. Did a spin before. Tee from Kieran Carlson. 3 overs till the interval. Ooh, that's a nice lander. The first 2 nicely, Carlson, leg spinner Robson on strike. Surprised we didn't see him get a bowl, but obviously it's today, just a little period off the fields. Nice bit of flight again, Robson just being watchful, wary. Good again from Carlson. Single leg two leg side to end towards the end of the over. A single brings the left-handed Stowman onto strike. Again, just a little bit through the air for Carlson, a little bit of drift. He's bowling into that wind. Just sees a little bit of shape as the ball dips. It's a lovely setting, it's a lovely seam, but that wind is strong. It's a strong start from Middlesex. They've taken this 41 without loss after 17. There'd have been a fear after last year, we mentioned it. There's a risk of getting a clip around the ear from Gus Menson in the 4 for 4. Six noughts in a row, 4 ducks to begin last year. It's a start from which the Middlesex top order never really recovered. First 3 or 4 innings of the season were a real scramble for the top order. I'm sure they'd like to lay down their marker early in this season. Gorgeous. Sam Robson at his best. Back foot punch. Everything well oiled there. Placed beautifully in front of points. Width. Offering the chance. Classic Robson though. Appreciation from Robson. Angled back in towards the off stump from Miles. Correction from him after the boundary the previous ball. Five runs short of a 50 partnership. Again, I feel like a good start to the season for Robson and Stowman, who will be very keen this year to rack up the runs. Gully in place as well for Robson, so that slope. We're trying to work it out. If they're not going past the outside edge regularly, as Middlesex are unable to as well in the Glamorgan innings, then where can they take the wickets? What's come of the over? One more over to tee. Number 13 from 4 for Miles in his stint before tea. We see a change of ends for Mir Hamza after the interval. See if he has a little bit more luck from the pavilion ends. Nod. Acknowledgement from Stowman of whatever Robson said. Like this Kookaburra, can we face this more often? Lovely bit of flight, nice bit of drift there, landed it nicely, Carlson here from the off. Middlesex aren't home and dry for tea just yet. Nice again. Mason Crane was placed down on that scorecard the first morning to play for Glamorgan, the printout of the MCC here at Lords. Carlson throwing the spin duties, so they went with the heavier seam attack. It's a little bit of width. Wind blowing on the trousers of the slip fielder there. That's how strong it is. That's the wind he's bowling into, Carlson. And that one he floats up. One to go to a tee. And a single. Well taken to end the session for Middlesex. 47 without loss after 19. They'll be very happy with that, Robson and Stowman. And Middlesex in general, and a little bit of redemption for the Middlesex bowlers who toiled hard with the Kookaburra early season. And Sam North East racked up the runs. Glamorgan 620, the record in this session. Record score here at Lords from Sam North East. Outstanding from him. We'll take a short break here for tea. Place to resume at 4:22 for myself, Kevin Hand, and the team here at Lords. Do join us back in a little while. Middlesex at tea, 47 without loss. Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, or good evening indeed. Welcome back to Lord's. Final session of the second day. Sam Robson, Mark Stowman on their way out. So it's going to be Mir Hamza. Change of ends. I think this is pretty obvious. Send Hamza up to the pavilion end just to see if we got something a little bit different, a little bit more. Beat the bat a few times from the nursery end. Lands it nicely across the right-hander. Nicely steered by Robson. Just distracted slightly by a couple of flicks of rain on the media centre window. Don't think we're going to be too troubled. Bit of overhead perhaps to help. Stowman and Robson will enjoy this as well to some extent. Proper test, Mir Hamza. First class average of 22, 5 tests for Pakistan, 31 years of age. Vastly experienced, very well respected. Wind at his back as he runs in. Perfect start from Hamza here. That'll be one of the areas that Middlesex will reflect on from yesterday, is that run rate, which stands at 2.3. It helps, and they've got the weight of runs behind them, of course, the Glamorgan bowlers. Just to put that pressure on from the start, but the run rate just got away from Middlesex at points yesterday. Obviously by today the damage was done. Sure, Glamorgan will be saying to themselves, with that number of runs that they have on the scoreboard at the moment, try and keep Middlesex as quiet as possible for as long as possible to keep that pressure in play. Is that sky? Like I say, just a flick of rain on the commentary box window. Nothing to be alarmed about. 47 without loss after 20 overs. 31 to go today. Middlesex will be very hopeful, try and get through with limited damage today. This man from the nursery end, where he picked up 9 for. Be running in once more, running into that wind. Oh, he's picked up his wickets at the nursery end when he was a Middlesex bowler. Nicely done. That'll feel good for Stowman. 50 up for Middlesex. First 50 partnership of the season for the opening pair. Well, that will feel very good. Back-to-back boundaries for Stowman. Overcompensation from Harris. Bit of a long hop outside the off stump. Then this one onto the hip with the angle. Nicely worked by Stowman. That's pretty much where Middlesex this morning settled on it. Bamber from the nursery end, just a slightly fuller length on that off stump. Saying to the batters, if you want runs, you're going to have to force, and that's where Harris will be well advised to leave it. Roland Jones similarly. Tying the top of off, it was hard to get him away. Angle around the wicket with the slope going from right to left as you look doesn't help matters on an appeal like that for Harris. Just there, it's still difficult to get it away unless there's width on it outside the off stump. You can't really go hard at the ball. You can try and hit square with power. You can't really hit through the covers, through extra cover, mid off, mid on. You need to be watchful, patient. Let the ball come on as best as you can, but even still, to talk about letting the ball come onto the bat, you can play through the line, but not quite there with the Kookaburra in this round for the batters. Equally, it's not racing past the edge, and that's the game. Can Glamorgan turn it into a match of cat and mouse between the bowlers and the batters? Hamza. To focus on the top of that off stump, home in. .55 without loss here. As the sun comes out again, the floodlights are on. You can barely look out the window at the moment. The sun's beating in, the floodlights are blinding as well. Cricket season. Robson disappointed. Chop it away, a backward point. There we go. The thanks, Fraser mentioned them just before tea. New floodlights. It's like visors. It's actually a gloomy looking shot. That was quite dark behind, but again, that's almost because of the brightness of those lights makes the background look that bit darker. But it's lovely sunshine. Shadow stretching out in front of Mir Hamza is very much from the big yellow thing in the sky. Push that one through a little quicker to Robson. Robson looked to run the previous ball. Well, Hamza's found something to smile about. As far as point, Hamza with his hands on his head, obviously feeling as though he's getting something going. Robson had missed out on the previous. There's no deep third in place, no deep backward point. To see that infield on the offside. The only fielders back just out of shot, deep square and long leg. Robson trying to access that offside boundary either side of backward point. Two slips, second a little wider, just out of shot. And there we go. Just challenge that inside edge. See if the bat comes down around in front of that front pad. Good over again from Hamza. Third maiden out of 7. Consecutive maidens after tea. So he's found his end, Hamza. I'd suggest, even though it goes against the grain of what I always say about the left armour from the nursery end, with the kookaburra on this pitch, there's just not enough movement for the nursery end to try and unsettle the batters, try and bring it back up the slope. So actually going with the slope from the pavilion, and this one seems to be the better call for the left armour. Harris with the slope from right arm around. Yeah, player of the year on a couple of occasions for Middlesex. Scored a century in a playoff match, the List A competition a couple of years here ago against Lancashire. And John Simpson recovered a desperate situation. Middlesex 5 down in no time. 20 for 5, I think they were. Simpson and Harris, another 2 of the title year, both gone on. They put a huge partnership together, and all of a sudden Middlesex looks as though they might do it, but they fell in quick succession, Harris and Simpson, and so too did Middlesex's hopes fall with them. arrived at Middlesex, Andrew Strauss was still on the playing staff, and Strauss had said that he reminded him very much of a young Jimmy Anderson. Certainly had and has it all, but injuries were unkind. But certainly I think a change of action, trying to gain that extra yard of pace for international cricket, hurts the prospects in the career of Harris with Middlesex. Went to Loughborough, action was changed, a familiar story, happened to Stephen Finn as well, injured on a Lions tour as well. He said he went back to a more natural action towards the end of his Middlesex days, and said it felt as though the ball came out a lot better. But seam and swing, and arrived at Middlesex, much like Leas Deploy now. There would have been 16 other counties vying for his signature when he left Glamorgan. She was a big signing for Middlesex. Surrey were in as well. Big capture for Middlesex, and he did play a big part for the county. Maybe not quite realising his full potential with England, but back where it all began, Glamorgan, Swansea lad. Fantastic spectacle, county cricket, from Swansea, James Harris, to Sydney, Sam Robson, Karachi, Mir Hamza. Some outstanding talent on display week in, week out, up and down the country. That's the first run he's conceded after team here, Hamza, unless I'm very much mistaken. 14 deliveries, Middlesex finally getting away. And there we go, Stowman taking guard for the first time after the interval. Testing out middle and leg, testing out middle and off. Cracking shot. Well, question marks over Stowman's pre-season runs, no questions about his performance here. That all looked pretty good to me. Feel good as well for Stowman. And again, when you're just starting to feel it a little bit better, has got a few runs back on a point now, Stowman. Head in line over the top of the ball, soft hands. Classic first-class cricket, classic early season opening play for a batter. Middlesex just need to put a 0 behind their total right now. Six off the over. 6 runs conceded after tea by Hamza. 3 overs. That's what Glamorgan have to try and cling to. That haven't had the chance to go first, as they would have put Middlesex in as well yesterday morning. So many sides putting up and down the country, even though there was a kookaburra in hand. It was Glamorgan that went first and racked up the runs, so just trying to slow as best they can the Middlesex run rate and keep them under the cosh for as long as possible, as about as best as they can hope for, because these two have already shown the Middlesex opening pair that it's not going to be a case of rattling through. And again, there's the challenge for Harris now. It's something asked of him in his Middlesex time. Can he try and get a better economy? Try and keep a better economy throughout. He's asked to play a slightly different role under Stuart Law. The Australian took over as coach, a bit more of a bully boy role. Try and rough up the batters a little, try and bump it into the ribs. Clear job today, which is just leave that ball there. Nowhere to go for the batters. It's almost asked of him to be something of a Tim Bresnan role. Bresnan come in, four-seamer, just try and do something a little bit different to the others. Not sure that ever quite suited Harris though. Where he is at the moment, I think, is about where he's at his best, and then if that ball is doing something for him through the air off the surface, it's natural ability. He used to get the ball to swing and seam around in his Glamorgan days. Again, it was just that attempt to up the tempo, up the pace, which just took away a little bit from the natural ability, the natural skill that he had. Extracting movement. There's the man of the moment there on the left of the screen, Sam Northeast in at silly mid-on. 335, the record run scorer at Lords. Record individual score by a batter, beating Gooch's 333. That's lovely. 4 ball from Harris. We said it so many times with the Middlesex bowlers, if they were even slightly off, then particularly square of the wicket, there was runs to be had. Wasn't that wide from Harris. Lovely shot by Stowman. It's perhaps a little wider than I thought watching it from that end. But nonetheless, that was the story for the Middlesex bowlers as well. Anything that was slightly off, a little bit of width, hitting square of the wicket wasn't a problem. Packed onside field there, just protecting that ball around the wicket. As mentioned, that a lot of bowlers will go around the wicket to Stowman, particularly here at Lords with the slope, see if we can get him to chip something into that onside. But watchfully played, just 4 off the over. Solid enough start from Harris, none for the 19 from 6. And chat with the keeper. Cook didn't get a go with the bat. Colin Ingram, who was not out with Northeast at the end, not to forget his magnificent century. And he'll slip it. Slip. Next two North East have a little chat at a wider second. Are they going to tighten up to a tight 2? I think they are. Hamza's coming around the wicket now to Robson. We saw this earlier from McElroy, and again a couple of years back from Shaheen Shah Afridi coming left arm around at the pavilion end. He did it with devastating effect to it was Johan Mulder. Leicestershire went through the gate. Nice little tickle for a single. It might have been might have been Kimber actually. Took out the top 3, got both of them. Just trying to think which one he went through the gate of. From around the wicket to the right-hander. Splattered the stumps, and it was a spectacular piece of bowling. Back over for the left-hander. Back on the spot, but equally Stowman looking like a rock out there at the moment for Middlesex. No. England's Durham, Surrey, and now Middlesex. Wonderful career Stowman's had. These two playing it nicely as well. Hamza is such a threat. I'll be well aware that if he gets on a roll, one can turn into 2 quickly. So there's a proper opener's job to do here. Get through the opening couple of spells if they can. A fine job of it so far. First one I can note, or first one I remember anyway, that he's banged in short, Hamza. Just a little something to try and push Stowman back off the front foot. He'll do well though on this pitch. Middlesex tried a lot of the short stuff. Tom Helm in particular, a good candidate for that. But even Higgins and Bamba had a go. Straight back onto the spot. An erring accuracy from Mir Hamza. Sprinkling in off to the left of the pavilion there, lopsided. Try and get in line with the track, which sits just below the home dressing room to the left of the pavilion. Packed enough balcony up there at the moment. You'd imagine there's a good few with their feet up, and rightly so after the hard toil. And I think the start to this innings has already shown just what hard toil it was for the Middlesex bowlers. Said throughout yesterday, I think much wrong. 4 ball too many would undoubtedly be their reflection. That's something that Glamorgan are trying to address at the moment. Silly mid on and a short mid wicket crouch down on the onside for Robson. Ooh, a little bit of shape on that for Harris. Let's see how noticeable it is from this angle. It's hooped in late into the block hole there. Bowled or dug out. Oh, rushed on that. Just hurried Robson slightly there. Little inside edge down to Hamza, a slip and a slide. Fortunately, no damage done for him. But on the spot again from Harris. Oh, well. Get a couple now. Mid wickets in short. Robson did his best to climb up and over the top of that one. Their action suggests it was into the ground from Robson, so it wasn't a chance for the short mid wicket. Sam in there doing the fielding. Robson, obviously one of his strong shots, hook, pull, cut, back foot punch, anything square of the wicket on either side. I'm actually probably feel he missed out on that last one, but I think he probably so keen to make sure he was over the top and steering it into the ground that timing was secondary on it. On a nice spot here, Harris. But again, the pace of that Kookaburra ball just shows you Robson's happy closing the face on that. It's not a two-pace pitch at all, and that often when you're closing the face can be a problem if you're not trusting in the pitch. There's been no doubt in the pitch square of the wicket from the batters when they're closing the face in this match. They're happy and content with the pace. The ball is there for them. It's slow off the surface, slow as the Kookaburra can so often be when it goes soft. Just doesn't get that nip off the surface. Got another one coming in. You can just see in shot there. Retreated short leg, an advanced square leg, whichever way you want to look at it. And there is Harris once more on the spot of middle stump, and once again happily closing the face, Robson. Whereas on a pitch you're not trusting two pastes, you're desperately trying to keep that bat face open. But there's been no hesitation whatsoever really from any of the batters in trying to steer the ball to the onside. 70 without loss, 27 gone. Ben Koski alongside me once again. ECB Reporters Network for this match. Ben, last time we were together it was a milestone approaching, quite a historic moment, and he got there in the end, Sam Northeast.
Yeah, it was great to be here really for that occasion. Fantastic effort from North East, and I think Middlesex have made a pretty good fist of this response. It's never going to be easy going out there with 471 needed to avoid the follow-on, but got two experienced campaigners out there with Robson and Stowman, and so far they've applied themselves well. Someone earlier was just pointing out that a wicket hasn't gone down in this game for I think over 80 overs now. So perhaps we're not going to try and tempt fate by trotting that stat out too often.
You see that close fielder on the onside, just a slightly retreated short leg. There's a leg gully as well. And wide slip. And straight onto the spot. Nice shot by Stowman. Picks up 3 more. And yeah, it really has been a solid start here by these two, hasn't it? But again, it kind of validates the Middlesex performance with the ball as well. They toiled hard. And, yeah, this is a decent Glamorgan attack. Hamza, McElroy, Harris, Miles. Haven't been able to beat the bat, much as Middlesex struggled to yesterday. So too Glamorgan today. There is an element, isn't it? You know, you go out and have to get the pace of the pitch as a batter, but equally as a bowling lineup. Middlesex go out yesterday with a kookaburra in hand. Surface they're looking at, no grass, but lower end of the square. What's it going to do? You're testing the lines, testing the lengths. What Glamorgan have seen in watching Middlesex bowl on this pitch is from the off where to put the ball and where not to put it. You've got to keep it tight on this. There's no point going looking for it.
Yeah, and I think the figures don't always tell the story, but if you look at the fact Middlesex have only conceded 4 extras, that says the bowling has been pretty decent.
And Tom Helm was the one for me, I think, coming into today, number 73 off 17 or so yesterday, but that really didn't tell the story of the day for Helm. He'd found a number of edges, and actually of all the bowlers in the match, even as we sit here now, he's probably the one that carried the most threat, found the edge more often than anybody else. And that's probably that extra bit of pace.
Yeah, and again, I think the figures might be misleading because you look at Helm's final analysis of none for 132, and a lot of that he was bowling in that latter period when North East and Ingram were cutting loose, so not easy.
Nice shot by Robson. There's 2 in tight on that onside at mid-wicket. Hamza has a little look. For a moment he was wondering would there be a chance. Robson turning away into the onside. There we go, bisects them. Nice one-handed effort on the boundary as well. Just bringing them around a little bit straighter, I think, from square leg to mid-wicket. Quite the gap between long leg's going to come around a bit straighter as well down below. Retreated short leg in play again there. Just a little tumbling effort. It's a single for Robson, it is, no chance. That's why he's there, just in case one is lifted. It is Billy Root under the helmet. He's just jumped to the other side at the moment. There's Colin Ingram having a long chat with James Harris once again. So North East perhaps relieved of the duty slightly out there in the midfield, in the middle at the moment. It seems as though Ingram seems to be orchestrating a lot. There is Roots, settled down behind Robson. Harris has his hands on his head again. To be fair to him, he's been on that middle and off stump a fair bit. But again, it's the pace. The batsmen are happy to play it off the stumps. Full trust in the pitch. No fear at all of that ball stopping. Turning square of the wicket. The fear is the ball stopping when they're driving. And that's where silly mid-on you'll see now in a moment. In fact, he's retreating back slightly, a change. They've gone from a silly mid-on to a short mid-wicket. And right arm over to Stowman now, so a real change from Harris. Lovely left by Stowman. There's a clear theory against Stowman around the wicket early in his innings from opposing counties.
I'm just trying to remember James Harris's years here at Middlesex, whether he had a preferred end at Lords. Obviously some bowlers do, some
His
bowlers
preferred
don't.
end was the pavilion end. Do you know where he took the most wickets? The nursery. Always had this conversation with him. Always. This was the end where he took that 9 for against Durham. Where'd you prefer bowling from, Harry? Pavilion end. Where'd you get all your wickets from? Nursery. Where are you going to bowl from tomorrow, Harry? Pavilion. Best spells that he had were here at the nursery end. I think Hamza had the effort from the nursery end to begin with. Now that he's undoubtedly looking more threatening from the pavilion ends, it's not enough in this surface for him to come in from the nursery end, I don't think, left armour. To go against the slope, he needs the slope in his favour. Just Harris is trying to look almost in that Merton mould at the moment, running up the hill. Angling across the left-hander, right arm over to the left-hand of the slope, just hoping that it'll bring it back in to Stowman, but equally if it holds its line across. Of course, when he arrived at Middlesex, Harris, you could never have known how long Mercer would go on for. It went on for a very, very long time, but it appeared as though Middlesex had signed the natural successor to Mercer at the nursery end.
I think that's a very fair point, Kevin. I mean, James Harris is what, mid-30s now, I think. But as you say, Tim Merter was only just retired last year.
Well, he outlasted him, yeah. Drop ball turn the over, just the one off it, but loose down the leg side from Harris. It's only 9 without loss after 29. 22 left today. Excellent start here. Return for Miles, number 13 from 4. Picked up the 2, 3 and 4 for Warwickshire last year here at Lords. Stowman, Davies and Cracknell. There you go, the Brains Trusts. The man of the moment in the middle, Sam Northeast. Right arm over to the right-hander. Even on a flat square, that one would have been drifting down, but they might have given it a little bit more of a yelp, especially in this day and age of the DRS. Plenty of off-stumps on show, though, as Robson was looking to turn through the onside. Similar enough fields as Hamza had, two short mid wickets. Oh, he's got him. Well, gets through, top of middle, top of off. Miles strikes again at Lords after a fine spell last year here. He's got Robson and something out of nothing as well. Robson's gone for 43, castled. Middlesex open up, be mightily disappointed bowl by that one. But Miles has got one through with the slope. This will give us a fair idea from this angle. Oh, right through. Just takes a little bit of a deflection on the way. Robson. Mightily disappointed. A good start by the opening pair. Just took a bit of the back leg on the way through, I think. Yeah, opener. He'll be disappointed, Robson. Fine 43, good partnership of 79 with Stowman. Very solid start for Middlesex, but Glamorgan have their breakthrough.
Yeah, and I wonder if that previous delivery just disrupted Sam Robson's rhythm a little bit. He seemed to just be not in discomfort, but maybe just unsettled by that LBW shout. It wasn't going to be out, but maybe just disrupted his rhythm there. But a terrific delivery from Miles there, and you'd have to say inspired bowling change from Glamorgan. Second ball of Miles' spell, and he's got the breakthrough, and in fact the first wicket in this game since a very long time ago.
Since Kieran Carlson fell in that third afternoon, third session of the first day. Max Holden in at 3. Stephen Eskenazi, Max Holden, they've been Jack Davies as well, young opener, wicket keeper. Scampered single off the mark first ball. I think he was always safe, a little bit of excitement, but I think it was a good call.
And quite interesting to see Max Holden going in at 3 here. I think throughout his Middlesex career we've seen him up and down the order really. He was opening at one point, he batted 5 most of last year, and presumably this is going to be the role for him now this season, and I think obviously everyone would like him to reflect his ability with the kind of scores that we know he's capable of as well.
Good start in first class cricket for Holden. Did well at Northamptonshire on loan as an opener. Miles coming around the wicket here to Stowman. Now this is a danger time for Middlesex, isn't it? 2 slips in place. I've got Robson if they can get Stowman quickly as well. And all of a sudden the pressure of the 620 in the first innings will build on Middlesex. So crucial little passage now to not let 1 turn into 2, and most particularly that man in shot, Mark Stowman. Bit of a waft on that one from Stowman. It appeared as though it died. A roll to the left from the keeper, Cook. Felt as though his eyes lit up at the width of it. Stowman outside off. Thought that's not coming back up the slope. He can go with it. You can see it on the bounce. Looking to cut, just to really get up. That one got up and sat up, put away by Stowman. I'd have enjoyed that. That's what he was looking for. The ball before, served up the next one from Miles, but a wicket in the over. See the bounce on this one. Stowman gets it through. He's on 38. Holden has 1. Middlesex 84 for 1, but Robson out for 43. Bowl by Miles. It was just an example of the pace of the pitch where you have to be watchful to begin with for Holden. He's very watchful on that Holden. Careful of that mid-wicket fielder that he pushed the ball to, but not to push it in the air. Up for a moment, but he didn't go hard at the ball. Three slips in place. When was the last time that we saw that? Regularly, anyway. I'm sure right at the start of this innings, so would have been a fair cordon in there.
Well, certainly not earlier today when the field were all back waiting for the boundary shots. But I suppose that's what happens when you picked up a wicket and all of a sudden you just want to put the pressure on the incoming batsman.
It's interesting that Middlesex didn't bring the field up on the 3-3-2 or the 3-3-3 indeed. He left everybody back to North East. You just wondered, would they actually bring him up, put in everybody on the single and ask him to try and force his way through? Lovely moment though it was. A couple of nice shots on the out there internet of North East being applauded off by the pavilion. Haven't seen a shot from inside the long room yet, whether there was a photographer inside there or not. Little piece of history at Lord's. "64 years. Jack Hobbs record at Lord's lasted. Took Graham Gooch, took it in 1990, and then fast forward another 34 for Sound North East. How long will we wait again to see that broken? Deep square dropping back for Max Holden. They brought one across from slip to mid-wicket. Shape through the air again on that from Harris. Just a little bit happening out there still for Glamorgan. Good over from the seamer. Maiden for Harris and a third maiden in 9. Which again was something that was levelled at him in his Middlesex time. Just wasn't able to rack up enough dot balls to build the pressure. 84 for 1.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be settling into his groove now, Harris, and you just feel that, as you said, Kevin, they're looking at that, thinking now if they could get Mark Stowman out in the near future, then suddenly in a very strong position. So absolutely vital these two can just hang in there and keep the scoreboard ticking over as well, because let's not forget you've got to add some runs as well as batting out time.
20 overs to go tonight. For a 6:30 finish. Nobody in that leg gully or leg slip on this occasion for Stowman. They'll change that at all. Slip in place, gully. Deep point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Just had a shot. You could just see him actually, Hassan, practicing the hook or the pull in there. Long leg as well. bumper with the 2 in the deep. I've seen it all over the years, all the variations that ECB have tried. Kookaburra, pink ball, get rid of the toss, all the decks you can imagine. From Durham to the Oval, that's at Lords.
I think one of the most memorable aspects of the pink ball experiment, certainly from Middlesex point of view, has to be that game at Canterbury when they actually had to halt play in the evening because of the sun shining in at whatever it was, about 6:30, I think. And
Sun stops play.
It was, wasn't it?
Memorable's one word from a Middlesex perspective of that game.
Well, I was avoiding mentioning the actual cricket. I think we're happy to forget that.
Little warning there from the umpire. Back foot landing. See how close he was. Ooh, just inside. Umpire's just giving him a polite reminder to stay inside. Ball dies again on the way through. Maiden for Miles with a breakthrough with Robson, but even still, a little bit of fizz that they'd hoped to have with the Duke in hand at this time of year, not quite there for Glamorgan, much as it wasn't for Middlesex. 32 gone, 84 for 1, effectively a session played. If this was the morning session of the first set, Middlesex would have been pretty happy. Big job given to Max Holden, step up the order once again in at 3. I think it's a good spot for him. No Van der Houten in this attack either for Glamorgan at the moment, out injured. Mentioned Eddie Byram missing top of the order and Billy Root being sent up, but mentioned Van der Houten being injured yesterday. Just mention of him today, another one who'd be useful in this attack right now, just offering something a little different. But Harris and Miles at the moment have it nicely going on a spot. Go again. He's coming around the wicket now to Holden. It's been the last over the wickets to the left-hander, but much as his preferred line of attack to Stowman around the wicket now. Really good from Holden, right up there. Carlson will retrieve. They've taken 3. As we've seen in this match, if the ball's right up there, the bats will push back down the ground happily. It's been more through the covers, through mid-wicket. We haven't seen those drives, those clips where they're just wary there of the pace. You go back to that wicket of Carlson, the last one to go yesterday, to the second new ball, driving the hard new ball to cover. Anything square or anything straight down the ground, the batters seem happy with against this Kookaburra, but not forcing it on those angles through the covers or through mid-wicket. Back over the wicket, Stowman. Again, so many come around the wicket, Stowman. It's interesting that Harris has gone back to over the wicket. Dot ball's finished. 33 done. 18 remain on day 2. Middlesex 87 for 1.
And it is interesting to see, as you say, Harris switching depending on who he's bowling to, and I've not been keeping a close eye on it to see if any of the other Glamorgan seamers have been doing something similar, but clearly he's identified something, James Harris, that suggests to him those different angles of attack are likely to be more productive against Stowman and Holden respectively.
Yeah, Stowman one's a really interesting one because he is the one that so many opposition counties seem to go around the wicket to him, but Harris happy over the wicket. Miles around the wickets to both Stowman and Holden at the moment, it appears. A couple of stewards just being asked to move to one side in the pavilion. Very good from Max Holden. Nice offering of the bat, open face, over the top, in control. Just saw the width on it again, much as Stowman with those cuts. One of them died on him slightly, the other one he got away for 4 in the last over from Miles. Bowling right arm around, and slope as it is, if it starts wide, then the batter's going to have a lot of trust to go after the ball outside the off stump on this one. Get a good look at it. Very good contact on that one from Holden. Brings a moment's pause and a change of tack, and I think that's the answer for Glamorgan. They've just brought across one of the offsides mid-wicket. Just to ask Miles to come a little closer to that off stump, tighten up, give him that protection on the onside if he does go close. Little chat for Holden as well. There's that mid-wicket. It's just come across from the offside, so no protection on the offside boundaries. There was for Stowman after his boundaries, or after his boundary. But a slip in a gully, point covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square, in fact square leg and long leg. There's the square leg, but yeah, that mid-wicket just gives Miles that little bit more confidence to go a little straighter. Gets away with that one. Holden, not too dissimilar the shot. Opening the face for a boundary, a couple of balls back. That's the spot that they'll want him to hold to from around the wicket. No width offered at all. If you're going to come around the wicket to the left-hander and there isn't that much movement, then you really have to keep a tight line. You can't offer anything outside off, so that's why bringing across a 5-4 field rather than 6-3. Just protect Miles that little bit more as he goes at the stumps. Slight change again, just brought in a shorter cover, short cover point nearly, in front of Holden. Won't quite be in shot. Deep square, dropped back. Probably as much as anything trying to get into the batter's mind. There isn't a great deal happening out there, so you have to try and work on a few other tricks.
Yeah, you look up and every ball the field seems to have changed pretty much, and as you say, they're just not letting the batters settle here, which I guess is a natural thing to do when you've got so many runs on the board, and but withstanding this pressure well at the moment.
Singleton the over, 93 for 1. McIlroy's back. First bowl was from the pavilion ends, which Mir Hamza has taken. He none for 8 from his 5, 4 maidens, very solid start from the 29-year-olds. Plenty of theories out there. Harris, Sam Northeast, Ingram, and McIlroy. So let's see who and what they're orchestrating. There's a long leg. In position just in front of the tavern, then you've got the 2 short mid wickets. Pretty tight in there. Mid on, mid off. Short extra covers northeast, orchestrating still the long leg, just bringing him a little squarer once more. One slip in place. Oh, that slips out. Clipped away comfortably by Stowman. Clicks him into the 40s. Oh, now he's gone again at it. This time the first of the 2 short mid wickets dives to his right. It was a cryer catch. Stowman's on to 47 in a flash. 100 up for Middlesex, 101 for 1. So 6 balls for the 101, 142 minutes. And there again, this time just steered. Single taken. Yeah, a couple of hours mostly untroubled for Middlesex, but for 1 ball in particular for Miles that accounted for Robson. Taking the top and middle and off, just clipping the back leg on the way through before removing the bails. Other than that, the batters have played with a fair bit of ease once again against this Kookaburra. Just as I say it, Holden goes searching for one outside the off stump, but he didn't go again. He didn't go hard at him. That's the key. Sort of looking to wallop that through the covers, which is where the downfall of Carlson came with that wicket yesterday evening. It's just gone back down the slope slightly on pitching. One more delivery and 16 overs to go. Three short mid wickets in place now for Holden. Naturally pushed up to mid on. 35 bowled, Middlesex 102 for 1.
A couple of bonus balls there for Mark Stowman in that over, with McIlroy just struggling to find his line at first, and Stowman taking advantage and bringing up the 100, which sounds like perhaps a small triumph, but I think just psychologically they would have liked, of course, to have got past 100 with none down, but 100 on the board with one down, and now you've got to look at the next 100 and the next, and how many are there to avoid the follow-on? Quite a few.
Times it by 6, even I can do that. Just be a single, the sweeper back. Still with the 5-4 field to the left-hander from around the wicket. Same now for Stowman and Holden. They seem to settle on. Square legs back up. Natter in with the umpire. So with that shortish cover point, as well as the gully being the two closest catchers. On slip, for the hope that anything that slides down the slope. It's pretty much the game now. Can they keep them to 2-3 singles and over? Short boundary on one side, so you're looking at a boundary every other over really in a situation like this. Quite hard to keep the runs down. He got a particularly short boundary on the one side, but pretty tightly knit at the moment. Can the bowlers keep it tight to that off stump? Let's leave. Holds in the batters shouldn't particularly be looking to force at this stage. Middlesex have got to be thinking long haul here. There's a lot that can go wrong quickly. There's not much of a rapid acceleration that can get them anywhere in a rush. Sharp work behind the stumps from Cook. Had to wait a long time for his turn with the bat, and then he didn't get one. 103 for 1. Northeast 335 not out. New record score here at Lord's. Quite the day. Ingram 132 unbeaten as well, meant that Cook was left waiting. Carlson with 77 was the last full, 67 for Root as well. Robson with a nice start, 43. Well bowled by Miles to pick up the wicket. Stowman and Holden will be hoping that, much like that Glamorgan innings, they can get in now and go big. Onus is certainly there for one of this senior top order, and then of course the new signing, Elias Deploy. Followed by the new glovesman for Middlesex, Jack Davies, coming at 6 in the absence of John Simpson. Josh De Carey's off-spinning all-rounder, who did start as an opening bat, but has developed his game. Roland Jones, Brooks, Helman Bamba. Oh well. We said hitting down the ground is the thing. You look at the wagon wheels in this match, it's all about square of the wicket or straight down the ground, and Stowman deciding that was in the slot to go straight once again. A lovely way to bring up his 50. 150 minutes, 98 deliveries, his 9th 4. Now Mark Stowman with his first 50 of the summer, and that'll feel pretty good for the Middlesex opener, especially after a slightly quieter pre-season with the bat. Settles any chatter early season.
Yeah, good work by Mark Stowman there. I'm sure every batter just wants to get that first 50 or ideally 100 under their belts at the start of the season, and he's got a score on the board there. But certainly in the match situation, it would be very nice to see that turn into 3 figures and a lot more, really.
It's pretty key for Middlesex to try and get in one down tonight. It's a long way away, still an hour to go. But when you're applying to a score like this, you really are thinking about batting for a very, very long time. Tight onside field. Slip point covering a mid-off. The offside, so Stowman, I think his eyes lit up there, is trying to get at either side of that point fielder. Mid-on. Short straight mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, square leg around towards mid-wicket. And then deep backward square leg, the 5 on the onside, so as soon as that ball was outside off, I think Stowman was hoping for some easy runs there, but only picked out point. Nice tight finish to the over from McElroy. 37 bowled, 107 for 1.
And it is incredible, as we said already, how much the field is changing over to over. You look at that last over there bowled from the nursery end, and we have 2 or 3 players in fielders in the vicinity of mid-wicket. Previous over bowled by Miles from the pavilion end, there was absolutely nobody in that area. So they really are just mixing it up all the time and trying to keep the batters on their toes.
Bowls. That's where he wants to leave it, Miles. Nice bit of pace, nice bit of carry on that one. If you just put the ball consistently onto a spot. They've got their angles, they've got their field right at the moment. it is. All the angles are saying to Holden, if you want to score runs, you're going to have to force. Not easy to do on this track. Not particularly a surface for driving on the up. So anything short, anything full. The battlers will punish and not expect any great deviation. Really good this from Miles. Good grouping of deliveries. Difficulty is keeping it going. Sun in the background there being pushed back. 2 balls to go in the over, put it in the mind of Holden. The short ball could be coming. Maybe be a little bit more tentative on the front foot, even if it's not delivered. Ooh. Let's have a look. Looking for the cut. Perhaps didn't quite get up as much as he was expecting. Look again at the ball that Holden was looking to cut. Yeah, bottom edge. So that happened to Stowman a couple of overs back, didn't we? Just didn't quite get up as much. Died on the way through to the keeper. This one died on the way through because it got the bottom edge. 107 for 1. 38 bowled, 13 to go today.
Could easily have gone anywhere, that of course, but we've seen Max Holden play some very gritty innings in the past, I think, without necessarily getting a score on the board, but he's shown he can hang in there in these sort of situations and just show that kind of grit and willpower really to stick around, and at the moment that's really what Middlesex need him to do tonight.
Yeah, I think anything outside the off stump, Miles right arm around the wicket to the left-hander and the slope as it is, you can really go at it. Mackerel will be the interesting one here, left arm over to left-hander. Can he keep it there? 8 for 1. First 50 of the summer. It was such a slow start to the season for the Middlesex top order last year. So feel good for Mark Stowman. Sweeper backs, just the single with the dab. So I'll do try and they do need to try to keep that run rate ticking at least 3. Deep square setback for Stowman again. Happy to duck underneath it. He'll want to come again tomorrow. Go big. 55 from 109. He won't be looking for any great acceleration in this innings at this stage for Middlesex. Just be thinking of setting himself up for a big one. Just see that line's getting scuffed. That back foot where it's landing. Umpire has had a quiet word with Miles. For a single to end the over. So it's continued to click along just under 3 and over. 1-1-1 for 1. 11 overs to go today.
And as you said, important there for to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 3 singles in that over, and not only because you don't want to let the fielding side get on top of you and get stuck in a rut, but equally they've probably got to have one eye on the potential bonus points for batting, because let's not forget, only 3 wickets taken. That's only 1 point so far for the season, and as we know, last season, of course, picking up batting bonus points was something of a problem. So as well as the match situation, you want to try and get on the board there as well.
It's almost like binary code on the screen at the end of that last over. Stowman was on 111 balls faced. Nelson total on the board. 1-1-1 for 111 balls faced for Stowman, and 0-1-1, 0-0-1. The runs in the over. Oldham 10 to his name as well. Nelson hasn't struck with the number of balls faced, but it is still on the total.
I think it might make life easy for a scorer if you were operating in binary code. You just put down 1 or 0 each time. You know what it means, nobody else will.
Looking to run once more that 5 for offside field. He sees a little bit of width there, which he fancied on that occasion. Stowman trying to run it fine. Gets it away this time. Snap of the wrists. Nelson's done for 115 for 1. One done, 115 for 1. Looks like Dan Douthwaite's been warming up, ready to have a bowl. Cap off. So first little change up for a while. Miles bowled well, 1 for 28 from 10, 3 maidens. Little loose first up from Douthwaite. Half volley for Holden, put away. Lovely shot. Middlesex trail 501. Long half volley. Little bit of width. A lovely put away by Holden. Watch for on that one again, not to scoop it up into the onside. Go powerfully at it with the bottom hand. Just worked as much as anything from Holden. Hassan up at square leg again. Had him back for miles. Southwaite not quite at the pace to threaten dropping one short to Holden. Nice clip. Leg sides. Not sure he actually got anything on that. Might just be a leg by. Umpire taps his leg. Old misses out on that one. Leg by taken. They'll keep the strike into the 42nd. 122 for 1. Oh, it's a lovely shot, that, isn't it? That's becoming a slightly better shot for Middlesex. Glamorgan 620 for 3 declared. Astonishing performance. Endurance, as much as anything from North East. Irony being, probably a couple of centurions for Middlesex isn't going to be enough in reply to avoid the potential of a follow-on. A lot of work to do. Bit of work to do on the back of the bat there. Tapes out, scissors at the ready. Bit of on-running repair. Ball's thrown back. Kieran Carlson can bowl a bit of leg spin again to the 2 left-handers. Handed them nicely to the right-handed Robson earlier, who bowled the majority of his previous overs too. Oh, appeal comes in. They're not going upstairs for that one, though. Seems to get a fair few revs on it. Carlson from around the wicket gets a little bit of dip on it. On 27 for 1 after 43, 8 to go today. That's another conversation for MCC, isn't it? Just a little flick of rain in the distance over the back of the pavilion. Usher an earlier finish. Doesn't look too heavy though. Actually to the wide shot if you can, 'cause it could. You can see the lights are getting quite pronounced if you've got the wide shot, mate. Just see the lights in the pavilion there are starting to get a little bright. Shadows on the players. 4 shadows. Gone for 4 off his first delivery, Southway. This is a good recovery. Just 3 scored off the subsequent 10 deliveries. No ball. Nice ball from around the wicket as well from Douthwaite. Still a nice spot. Looks like he's got a bit of bustling energy about him. Energy in the delivery and the release at the crease. Bit of warming up from Mir Hamza as well for one last burst tonight from mid-on. Mid off indeed to the left-hander. Did he play at that, or did he just tuck the bat inside the line? Let's have a look. Oh, yes, he did. Followed that one. Douthwaite just seems to be having a little bit of joy here. 130 for one. Was Hamza warming up, or was he warming down? 7 overs to go today. Maybe it was his warm down for the evening. Carlson continues. Umpires seem happy enough at the moment. Shadows are just starting to become a little bit more pronounced out there. Yes, it's drifting. Again, that wind will be helping him. He's bowling directly in, headlong into the wind. So he's got a little bit of drift, a little bit of dip right at the end. That's one of a good over so far from Carlson. All run, just found that gap in the end. Oldham, he's to 21 from 51. Good start from him. Very good from Stowman at the other end. Robson will feel rough that he didn't get his 50. Douthwaite continuing. It does look as though it was a warm down rather than a warm up from Mir Hamza then. James Harris is most definitely warming up for one last burst. Quite probably from the nursery end. They could do with an off spinner at the moment. Glamorgan, they're shy of one. Leg spin of Carlson to the two left-handers. Does just seem to be rushing the batters a little bit more, Douthwaite, than anybody else so far. Interesting. Just giving them a little bit of a hurry. Hook or pull, haven't seen too many of them in this Middlesex reply just yet. Glamorgan haven't served up anything short really in this innings to be hooking or pulling. Very tight from them, trying to keep that run rate below 3, keep Middlesex in check. It's brightened up a little bit. Shadows aren't as pronounced, the natural light. Taking over a little bit more once again from the floodlights. Oh, now. Said that Douthwick just seems to be getting something a little bit more out of this. Just short. First edge of the innings, though. Absolutely amazing. 46th over. Dan Douthwick just seems to have a little rhythm going here. Something that's unsettling the batters a little bit more than pretty much anybody else has done in the entire match so far. And then leg side. 136 for 1. Leg by signalled, so Stowman reigns on 62, Holden will have strike on 22, back to James Harris from the nursery end. Life a little bit better at the moment for Middlesex. 620 racked up, having put Glamorgan in. Glamorgan would have put Middlesex in likewise. It's been hard toil for the visiting bowlers for 46 overs so far. Should be hard toil all day tomorrow for them as well, as Middlesex will hope to nudge through a few batting points but secure the draw. Tight stuff again from Harris, going at 2.7. He'll be delighted with this. Middlesex economies were tight, were not tight yesterday. But again, the scoreball pressure just keeps Middlesex a little bit in check with the bat. They're not as freely able to go after the runs. That's a lovely shot. Just a gentle push by Holden. Probably 4 on most grounds, but up the hill to the biggest boundary here at Lord's. Picks up a couple. Look at some of the scores elsewhere in a minute. Tightened up again, Douthwaite. Carried the threat in the last over before that last ball. Down the leg side with the leg byes. Stairways to heaven. Will be if Middlesex can avoid the follow-on. Dreamy vision over the back of the grandstand of the Mount at the moment. Setting early season sun. Banks of clouds rolling through. Stop. Leg side by Cook. 4 leg byes got away down the leg side at the end of the last over. That's a maiden though for Douthwaite. Really good start from him. 138 for one. It's another idea, just the ball stopping on the batters with this Kookaburra that's just not coming onto the bat nicely enough to trust force through the covers or through a straight mid-wicket. Go again. This is there to really work it away or punch or cut square of the wicket, then batter's just being careful. Credit to Glamorgan though, they watch the Middlesex perseverance on this pitch. Middlesex tried it all. Glamorgan come up with a clear plan from the off, having watched it, having batted on it, keeping that run rate tight. But again, they've got runs to play with, which keeps the pressure on Middlesex. This takes the pressure off the bowlers a little bit. They've just got to stick to their task and be patient. Hope that an error or two might just build a little bit of pressure on themselves from Middlesex. There's that view over the back of the Warner. It's a lovely sight. Absolutely gorgeous setting. On a historic day at Lord's. Middlesex responding though, 62 from Stowman, Robson 43. Look at those economies. Irony being Mir Hamza, the most expensive. On his toes, Stowman just watchfully pushed to cover. This man Douthwaite's been in danger in these last couple of overs. Taking the edge off Stowman, the chance falling short of slip. First hat-trick of the season's gone down at Trent Bridge. Sam Cook forcing a bit of a Notts collapse. Look at that late evening sun. What a sight that is. Summer's on the way, folks. Side again, he gets away with it. Day's done for Douthwaite. None for 10 from his 5. Another maiden. His second. He's just given Middlesex something to think about there with a little bustling performance with the ball. Last to come of the day from Jimmy Harris. Can he walk off with a wicket against his former county? Overs to that second new ball, so just around lunchtime tomorrow. Get another bite of the second Kookaburra. Changed up the field again. 3 in tight on the onside, 1 in tight on the off. And a happy leave. That's the ball he's looking for, Holden, just to fall over to a little bit, try and clip it to the onside. Looping that one in towards the block hole, Harris. Same again. Holden patient, pushing into the onside. Two to go the day. Middlesex can walk off 1 down, then you'd say it's another good day for the Bassers. Barely a story of 2 teams, just a story of bat versus ball in the match so far, of which bat's heavily on top. Ooh. Track that one down. One ball to come of the day. Bit of an effort ball, just didn't quite come out right from Harris. Last ball of the day. Dabbed to the offside by Holden. And another day of dominance from the bat, but in particular, that man in the middle of the shots, Sam Northeast, the history maker at Lords. Most have done a pretty good job though for Middlesex, 62 and 24 respectively for Stowman and Holden. Ingram a centurion in the foreground there as well. But there'd been an awful lot of pressure on the Middlesex top order after that performance by Glamorgan with the bat. Quiet year last year with the bat for Middlesex, cost them their Division 1 status. But there he is, Sam Northeast, the visiting skipper, 335, going past that 333 record that Graham Gooch held in first-class cricket here at Lords, and against a pretty decent seam attack. Tom Helm, Toby Rowland-Jones, Ethan Bamber, Ryan Higgins, Brooks as well. But Northeast was playing a game of his own for the most part. A couple of chances offered, missed stumping off Josh DeCaries. But take nothing away from that man. That was a magnificent effort and applauded up the steps, rightly so, by his team, by the MCC members, Middlesex members in the pavilion. Day and a game to remember so far for Sam Northeast, and a day to remember for all that were here to see it. Absolutely incredible performance by the Glamorgan captain and number 3. That's it from day 2 at Lords. Thanks for your company on the live and enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with the principal sponsor Dafabet. 138 for 1 Middlesex in reply to that 620 for 3 of them, putting Glamorgan. And again, the performance with the bat and the ball put into perspective a little bit by Middlesex today. Robson will be disappointed to miss out on his 50. Brilliant ball from Miles, just getting it to come back down the slope. Robson will be kicking himself that he wasn't able to keep it out top of off stump, but fine ball nonetheless. But Stowman and Holden seeing it through to the close. Middlesex still have an awful lot to do tomorrow. 482 runs they trail by still. Do join us back in the morning if you can, just before 11. We'll pick up the stream here at Lords with all the reactions today, the highlights of today. And we'll still be chatting, I'm sure, as we will for a wee while yet, about that 335 not out from Sam Northeast. For myself, Kevin Hando, and the team here at Lords, very good night to you all.